Go live. Okay. All right, you see to the right hand corner, upper right hand corner, we are live. You are live. Okay. Facebook. Let me put that on Facebook. Let me share that right now.
We are live now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh, all right. All right. All right. If you're listening to us this morning, we are coming to you from the close campaign team and live on the Brown Talk. We are carrying on the second round of our fundraiser for the Gongos campaign. We have with us all of our hard members for the committee, especially the chairman for the committee, Dr. James Ukwanedo. And before we go to our various committee members, we want to say to the Liberian people that we need victory. If you look on our screen, you see Lone Star. This is a famous song that we use to celebrate victory in our country. At the background of the Lone Star team, you see that there's a huge crowd. And I tell you, before then, like back in the 80s, when this song plays, the child, the unborn child, will rejoice in the womb of in the stomach of the mother. Today we don't have that. But the Liberian People's Party intends to bring joy to the Liberian people, to restore to the Liberian people our gun culture. On this morning, we're going to roll it with this afternoon. Go for a Lone Star song. We need victory. The Liberian people need victory. We indeed are sure to give our Liberian people victory. We're going to listen to this song for a while, and then we pick up our fundraiser.
I won't let you down upon me. I won't let you lose track of what the fourth player. I will be ready to reach you success. I will like be ready to reach you success. People wish you success. I wanna be people wish you success. Wherever you play, wherever you go, the Liberian people wish you victory, victory, victory.
We still have our role as the only nation, the one star in the then black continent of Africa. Do we still have that position? Do we still have that position as the only star in Africa? Do we still have that position? Or other countries around us we were established before them? Are they the one today ahead of us? Out from most of our team members today. We're going to be talking about money. At the same time, we'll be talking about what the money is intended for. Whether we intend to put this money in our pocket or we intend to bring to power the government that will be for the people, by the people, and of the people. The government that will open the roads for our people's good education. Dr. James Wanado, who will tell us more about our fundraiser. Dr. Panado, you are welcome to this show.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What brings you here
Zoga.
this afternoon? What can we say? Okay.
Seems like we're breaking that. Anyway, yeah, but tremendous thanks, Comrade Zoga, for keeping this going, keeping the platform going and active. Good to see all my colleagues, fellow comrades. Good to be on Facebook land and to welcome all of our Liberian people. You are going to be interacting with the Liberian People's Party, one of the oldest contemporary parties in Liberia, been around long enough. The party has gone through a lot. And as one of my colleagues coined the phrase yesterday, LPP is rising. We are rising to win and be victorious, as you heard in that very popular music. LPP is rising. We are rising from years of suppression, repression, and years of being in the wilderness. We have two great candidates in persons of Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo, who is our presidential candidate and standard bearer, and Dr. Emmanuel Ure Yakpawolo, who is our vice presidential candidate and vice standard bearer. This is the second launch of our fundraiser. We want to get all of our people involved to take ownership of these elections. It's a historic elections. So much is at stake. And for those of us in LPP, we believe we're heading in the right direction, in terms of the vision that has been outlined by our standard bearer, the many good things we want to do for that country if elected, as well as our vice standard bearer. So we once again appealing to our people to join us today through the rest of the afternoon and evening hours to please join us and contribute to this fundraiser. This fundraiser we have has one goal, and that is we want to raise about $20,000 to be used. That money raised will be used to recruit, to train, and to pay poll watchers, a good portion of that, to support the general campaign activities, and it's to support our feeding program, which we've also launched there in Monrovia at our party headquarters. We want all Liberian people to take ownership of these elections. It is not for John Brown or Peter Paul or John Flomo. It is an elections for all Liberian people, wherever you are, whether you're in Bong, Lofa, Nimba, Cape Mount, way there in the Southeast, Maryland, Sino. We want you to take ownership of these elections. And the one way you can take ownership is to go to cast your ballot on October 10th for Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo and Emmanuel Ure Yakpawolo. These are our candidates that provide the alternative to what we need in that country. So, we will be on all throughout the night, the afternoon, and the evening. You'll hear from many of my colleagues, and we're appealing to you. We're asking you to help us, to give us whatever you can give us. $100, $50, $25, whatever, $5, $10, we'll take it. Because this will be going to a good cause. We want your votes protected. And once we can raise that money, we'll be put in a position to train, first of all, recruit, second of all, train, and then third of all, pay poll watchers, so that when you cast your ballot on October 10th, you can be sure that your ballot will be counted. Fourth Councillor Tiawon Gonglo, that there will be no cheating, there will be no didiba. But if we don't have poll watchers at all of these precincts throughout the country, it opens the floodgate for anything to happen, for cheating to happen. And that's the area that is notorious for cheating at the precinct level, at the polling stations. Our government, many African governments have the notoriety of cheating in order to sustain themselves in power. And we don't want this happen this time around because of everything that is at stake for these elections. Again, it's been wonderful coming online on the Brom Talk Show to interact with you, my fellow brothers and sisters. Please don't hesitate to participate in this process with us. It's all about our future, and let's seize it. Let's seize the moment. Thank you so much.
I know every one of you who are listening to us on YouTube and on Facebook, please share this information to the Liberian people. We will win. That's the title of our fundraiser. We will win the club. You can see the emblem from the top of the flyer you see here. Glove in someone's hand and taking out a dite from the ground and dumping that into the garbage can. We will win. We will win to establish an institution where there will be seating capacity in any public institution. You can't go and sit on the floor and then the rest of the other people come and say everything is all right. No, this is the government that will be the government that will hear what they need to hear from the Liberian people and make a change. We will build industry. I will provide work for our people. Today, no doubt, people get into the industry and ask no question. The only thing is, there are a lot of criminals in Liberia. But have you investigated? Did you do the investigation of what caused the crime? Of course, our country has completely disintegrated. And in that case, there are gangs that will form, you will have gangs coming up to make sure we can steal and satisfy their desires. And what's this? By governing aspects of the country. Today, we are featuring these two young gentlemen, Councillor Tiawon Gonglo, the woman lawyer, and Dr. Manuel Yupa as president and vice president respectively for the Republic of Liberia. October 10 general elections. We want you to give your contribution through the cash app number we have on the screen, through our Zelle number, and through the bank, the Wells Fargo. Make a contribution. Do us a favor and the Liberian people that make deep of this building of the nation, where we have good leadership, we have people with integrity, and then we will again be the lone star. We roll away the curtain with the music that said lone. We're the only country on the dark continent of Africa. Today, we are the last. We want you to help and elect Councillor Chawan State Gongo. Before we go forward into this, we want to talk to the chairman of the Liberian People's Party, USA, Dr. Augustus Rabba. Your people are raising funds for your candidate, Councillor Chawan State. What is your comment on that, sir? I want to hear from you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Zoga, for allowing me to come on the Broom Talk Show and be a part of this fundraising effort. I think for the first time in a long time, the Liberian People's Party has prepared itself to take state power. And that is why we have presented the Liberian people two honest men of integrity in the person of Councillor Gonglo and Dr. Paulo, who will form the next government. And we say so because we know that Liberians are rising. We know that we will win because we have the best candidates among the huge number of candidates. We are number 6, and what makes a difference too. The number 6 is very much important, and we hope Liberian people will pay attention this time. Because everyone is aware that a mistake was made 6 years ago. And as Gonglo put it, it was a child abuse because Liberian people took their country and put it in the hands of a young man who didn't have any clue. And this is why we are here where we are today. But we have to move forward. There's no need to nitpick and blame people for the past. Let us move forward with a better government. Let's move forward with an effort to start preparing ourselves for a better health system that looks at something that is in the 21st century, housing, education, and a lot. And Gongo has a plan. Gongo has a plan that is more organized than any other party. And that's why we know that the Liberian people are aware that we have prepared ourselves to take state power and to also restore what have been lost over the years. So we want to thank you. Our candidates also in Jakarta today trying to launch our campaign. And the entire Liberia is aware of that. People are coming from all corners to be a part of the program that is going on. So yes, Liberia is rising, and we are very sure that we will win. We need your support. Any other amount that you have to support the campaign, we appreciate that. To make sure, as my colleague put it, we need people to be present at the various polling stations. We also need Councillor Gonglo and Dr. Jagwaglu to be able to visit all parts of the county to have an inclusive program that everyone will be a part of. That is why we are calling on you to be a part of this process. You can just call in if you are in internet land. Just make sure that you follow us, and you are welcome at any time to participate. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate your presence, and we are listening up. We need your help. Thank you. Mr. Zoga, turn it back over to you.
We're going to Mr. Kamara. Mr. Kamara, we want to hear from you. I know there are a lot of our colleagues who out there have committed themselves to build into this fundraiser for Councillor Gongo and Dr. Emmanuel Ure Yaparu. Have you been in contact with them? And if so, what are the, what surety do you have that our people going to make their contribution, and on what you think they want to make their contribution? Based on what aspects? What do they see in this campaign about Councillor Gonglo and Yapalo to make the contribution?
Thank you, Mrs. Zoga, for allowing me onto this program. The surety I have is that this is the party that has integrity, and you can tell the Senate Barrow, the kind of man he is, his background, and also the Vice Senate Barrow, These are two people that has character, with a strength of character to match. So, having said that, the history of the Liberian People Party has to do with honesty and bringing people together from all walks of life. So I can assure you, those of you who have been donating, whether $10, $5 to this cause, it will be worthwhile. We don't have the history of corruption in our party. Our party is one of the poorest, but we are proud. We are proud because this is where the people belong. The background of the party comes from the poor people. So every penny that we are asking for, we can assure you that will be put to the purpose for which it was intended for. So we are calling on you to make a donation. And the reason why we want you to donate is that we want to free our country from hunger, poverty, and disease that has taken over lives of our pregnant women, our young people, and the unborn. We want to help women to participate in the decision-making process in Liberia because women are the backbone of most society, and Liberia is no exception. In fact, one of the programs that LPP is undertaking is to make sure that women are put up to run for various positions like senators, representatives, where bulk of the decision should be made rather than being made by one person who happens to be a dictator. The situation in which we found ourselves in today because the legislatures are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. They should be passing laws. They should be there to pass certain laws that will protect Liberians in spite of their backgrounds. So the decision that the government makes sometimes it affects our women and our children. So the women, like I keep saying, they are the one that knows exactly what goes on in the house and what affects the kids. We want you to support our party so that we'll be able to raise money to support our women. And apart from that, to make sure that at the pool, there will be pool washers to make sure that those women and other men that are taking the risks, I said risks, to put themselves out there to compete against the CDC-led government because the CDC-led government is a government that has never been prepared to protect our people from all the dangers from all walks of life, be it health, security, education, food. So these people who are running on our ticket, they are putting their lives out there to challenge the ruler in power. So please help us. We've been launching this program. We started on the 5th of August and it continues. And of course, the response has been very encouraging, very, very encouraging. And we hope that it will continue to be that way. Just this morning, when we started around 10 o'clock, pledges that were made, we gained a lot of favorable responses from those people, and they are showing up. So please join them. Join us in making your contribution to make our party what it's supposed to be, and that is to free Liberia so that Liberia can be for all Liberians and all those who live there and abide by the laws of Liberia. So we welcome you to this fundraiser. Come in, you are welcome, and we'll be glad to hear your views as to what other policies that need to be put in place so that can help the parties move forward. Thank you. I want to hold back right now for other speakers to come in. Thank you, Mr. Zoga, for allowing me once again to be on your program.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara. But was party. I mean, any one of you People's
Keep going in and out, Zola.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we're losing you.
You are frozen.
Martin billionaire. You who started the Liberian. I hope we don't have that internet business or data business here in America. Of course, it is not, but there's too much of connections of electronic things here because we want to have things done properly and at the same time be getting things first. Are you getting me clear?
We're hearing you clearly now.
You clear right
Little
now,
bit.
but we didn't get all of the things that you say.
I
Only
am
came.
starting over. I'm going to start over. Liberian People's Party, almost celebrating her 40 years of existence. You continue to tell us you poor. Dr. Amos Sawyer is in there. Doctor, he didn't take no money. Oh, he doesn't want money, right? Oh, yes. Okay. Here is this guy who was just playing football yesterday. He's now a trillionaire. Or let's say a billionaire. He got billions of dollars. Oh, guys, tell us something about the Liberian People's Party. Well, I mean, what do you want to do? You just want to die poor? You don't want to get rich? Like the others who got millions of dollars? We're going to be on the show here and looking for money? Is this it? I mean, tell us something about, anyone can jump on that question. Anyone can jump on that to answer this question.
Maybe we should let the others speak. Is Ruben on?
Ruben got to speak. Ruben have to speak.
Yeah. Okay.
Ruben, come on. Or Moses Vakwana or Ruben, come on. Ruben, Moses Vakwana, you guys, you were there. Emma Sawyer had all the money. Emma Sawyer could have been the late Dr. Emma Sawyer could have a lot of money. There was UN coming in, and besides that, he had support and all of that. Why? Why he didn't? Because the party don't want money.
I think one of the things we have to realize is the fact that people who has been the vanguard of the Liberian People's Party, they knew right from the beginning what it meant to be a politician or a political party. If we can remember the history, our history is replete with one-party system. It was not until 1980, after the coup, that people that Amos Sawyer, Toba Natibote, T-Backers, Matthew, and the rest of the people actually deemed it necessary that, look, it was time for us to take action. It was time for us to give power to the people. It was time that we acted and acted strongly so that things didn't remain the same. And based on that, after the military coup and there was going to be this multi-party democracy in Liberia, other people, many of who were the founding fathers of LPP, together with the people I just named, they said, look, let's try to do something about it. So the birth of LPP, they gave birth to LPP, like you said, almost 40 years ago. Now, those who did it and those who are still members of LPP, they didn't do it because they wanted to gain monetary gains or they wanted to enrich themselves. Equally so, today we so hold that principle to be true. We so think that our goal is not to enrich ourselves or get to power, but to deliver to the Liberian people what is due them. And that is right where it is. That is children having the opportunity to go to school. That is, women who are pregnant have the opportunity to deliver in a serene hospital, well equipped, well functioned, and well managed. That is, people who have different views of our from us are not killed because of their different views. That people like us, or people who are going to be in power, are going to be accountable to the people. That anybody who's going to ask them questions as to whether money was donated from overseas or the printed money that came to Liberia, you have the right to ask where the money is and what is it being used for. And just to go back a little bit, I tell my friend, when the 2017 election took place or was about to happen, I told everybody, I said, look, you have to be mindful of how you are voting in Liberia. Because if you think that the CDC government is going to deliver the goods for you, go ahead, but make sure the consequences will be, it will follow you. 2 years after the elections, my son, for example, I say, oh, you got to vote for somebody who's going to be better. He said, oh, yeah, Papa, I'll do it. What did he do? He went and voted CDC in power. Fine, that was his view. He wanted to have it done. He did it. 2 years later down the line, all the money that's spent for to have a fund established and portrait, everything went down because we couldn't get the food in the country. We couldn't get JO chickens. We couldn't get anything done in the country. So even some of my colleagues who graduated with me from high school, today we are not speaking because I talk about all of these things long before the elections and after the elections. They say I was just talking crap. We are now in the same cycle today. So my view, my urge to everybody, all Liberians is, if you think that over the past 5 years under the CPC-led government, your life has improved, you have a best education in the country, you have a good hospital, you got a good road, then continue to vote for them. But if you think that those things have deteriorated over the past 5 years, they have to change. And the change is today. And we're starting the change right now. Because other than that, we will still repeat the same cycle of 6 years. And after 6 years, we all come back to the same boat and say, oh, what have we done wrong? Where do we do well? And I'm telling everybody today, let us try as much as possible to see and analyze this government critically. If you haven't gone to Liberia in the past 10 years, but you still support CDC and say, oh, they must win, they have been doing well, you are misleading the people. Just take a trip to Liberia and see what's happening there. And you will surely see how poverty is walking in the street. Everybody gets annoyed and just get vexed with everybody because of whatever nobody knows. So we are hoping that LPP is an alternative. LPP is going to deliver the goods to you. LPP is not going to promise you, oh, heaven will come down from hell. But what we're saying is we're going to work together to make sure that whatever is needed for our people is delivered to them. On this note, I'll pass back to Junius. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruben, for that comprehensive thought about the Liberian People's Party. And today we see that our country is completely disorganized, and one way can bring that together is to vote in the right person. And folks, if you are listening to us on Facebook and YouTube, this afternoon we are on fundraiser for Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo and Dr. Emmanuel Ure Yakbaro. We want these two gentlemen with this clean character to become president and vice president for the Republic of Liberia. We want you to come in and make your support, give your contribution. If you have gotten letters from us and calls and you need information to make a contribution, on the screen we have our Cash App number, which is the $ MMV7925. And then also we have the Zelle number and we have the Wells Fargo bank account. These are the two gentlemen with the clean character. And I mean, we have no more to explain. because there is no one that can debate this gentleman and bring out the track record that shows they have been involved in corrupt act in the past. Councillor Chawon Gonglo was a public servant, and today there is not one person, I challenge one person to come and put his hand up and say, well, he corrupt the system. Come now, come on and give your support. We go back to the panelists, especially we go to Mr. Kwemini, Comrade Kwemini. And one thing this campaign has done, we have an established committee because we see the need in Liberia. Partisan Kwemini is co-chair for the Education Committee, and we want him to speak a little bit to this fundraiser. If Councillor Chawon Gonglo becomes president tomorrow, what do you think your committee, what does that mean for your committee? Comrade Kwemini, what do you think that means for your committee if Councillor Gonglo becomes president tomorrow? Paul Kwemini, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you now. You were muted. I just unmuted you.
Can you hear me now?
You want me to put you on camera? Yes, we're hearing you. Do you want me to put you on camera or no?
It's okay. It's okay.
All right.
Thank you.
But we need to see you. We need to see you.
Put me on camera.
This is the party of transparency, and you are not on camera. You are not on camera. We can see you.
I lost my way along the line. Because I'm doing other things.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, voice. That's good enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
that's enough. Go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. I don't know whether we have ladies, but ladies have been with us before. I want to thank everybody for promoting the agenda of the party. On education, we all know that during the last administration, education was condemned to be a mess. And you can imagine where he has been now. There are schools in the city overcrowded, benches broken, teachers, according to the report. I got kids in public school there in Monrovia. The public school teachers, because they are not being paid for some time, or because the salary is low, they go in the classroom and look for the brightest kid, and they get in the notes to write, and they leave to go to the private school job. Although the private school does not pay well, does not pay better than the public school, but they pay on time. So every public school teacher has a private school job, and they value the private school job more than the public school job. Because the public school job, based on time, salary could be lower, but they are sure. So they leave the whole class with another student who cannot answer any question. And my boy tells me that when you ask questions, you say, your teacher not here, I only told to write the notes. This is the kind of situation we are facing. That's Monrovia. In the rural area, there are teachers who have been on volunteer lists for 5 to 6 years. My own village school in Fitoa, which is about 30, 40 miles away from Buchanan. We got 6 volunteer teachers who have been there for the past 4 years. 3 teachers who have been paid. They are not different volunteer teachers because they don't get paid on time. So the whole education system is in crisis. And this is why our committee, Education Committee on Congo, I put together a team to revamp the whole thing. What are we going to do? One thing we're going to do is to decentralize decision making and administration, using the Ministry of Education to be policy makers, and then using the counties to be policy implementers. So we don't have to, the teachers in the teachers in Grand Union doesn't have to come to Monrovia to ask for pay. His or her CEO will have the answer. This is one thing that decentralization of education would be. So the administration of education has to be decentralized, and that will help to alleviate some of the crisis facing the teachers. So I want to use this medium to speak to the teachers in Liberia. This is the former Secretary General for the National Teachers Association of Liberia. I served you for 12 years. I mobilized, I organized all the towns and districts in Liberia, and former district chairman or president, if you listening now, I'm asking you to vote for Congo and Jabba routine. Mobilize your teachers, mobilize your students, because they're where our sources lies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Kwame. More besides, we have T-shirts here on sale. Other than making an appeal to our people, I want to speak to the manager for this. Who
Sorry, Mr.
put
Rabo.
all these T-shirts and things.
You know, I just paid my $100.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was the Secretary General, the former Secretary General of the Teachers Union for Liberia. He served the Teachers Union for more than 10 years, and he is appealing to all of the teachers. Come and support this team, Councillor Tiawan Segongo and Dr. Yure Yakwaro, so that you can have professional development trainings for you. The government going to provide that for you. There are new ways in which things are being taught, and we don't have that in Liberia.
No, you're not ready.
So now we go to Comrade Ruben, who will tell us more about the T-shirts and other things that he has put in place to help the process of this fundraiser. And how far are we with the T-shirt? What is needed for those who have purchased the T-shirt? What they need to do? Those are people watching us right now. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. The way you put it, the manager for the T-shirts. I think one of the ways we can actually raise money, we can raise funds, is to see how best we can mobilize our little resources to ourselves. And by so doing, we have printed T-shirts already.
And excuse me, Ruben. Can you focus because your face is, you're being cut. Okay. Very good. All right. Okay. Right there we can see you clearly. We'll see all the LPP people. We'll see you clearly, so that tomorrow when Beguba is looking for you, so we can show you.
They'll start chasing me, right? No. Okay. On a more serious note, like I was saying, we are trying to raise funds. That's the basic purpose I want you to understand. And raising funds come from two sources right now. The financial contributions we are making, you call in and say, look, I pledge $500, $200, $50, whatever amount you pledge, we appreciate it. And we want to commend you for your support to the party. The second way we're raising funds is by having T-shirts. Please remember that the T-shirts are being sold for fundraising. So if you put somebody who pay for 10 T-shirts, but understand that man, he doesn't even have to wear 2 T-shirts at the same time. But he paying for 10 T-shirts because he knows he wants to help the party. And that is how we can raise money. So if you put in for your T-shirts, or T-shirt with at least 2 T-shirts, this is what we do, or this is what I do. Please give her your name and telephone, name and mailing address, because I have to mail it to you. I'm in Minnesota right now. So if there's somebody from Australia, I think he paid for 5 T-shirts. I sent his T-shirt last week. One of our comrades who's on the call right now, he paid for 6 T-shirts. I sent it this morning. And there are a lot of people who already paid for their T-shirts. if you contribute, say I will give $200 to LPP. And out of that $200, I want 2 T-shirts. Those 2 T-shirts will be $70 from the $200 you pay. So you actually, in essence, are paying $130 to LPP as a contribution, and $70 for 2 T-shirts that we can mail to you. Now, we are appealing. I have those T-shirts since last week, and the hope of we would have sold these T-shirts and then reprint some, reprint additional one. Now, the first one we had, we are showing you. People are already paid, but the difficulty is we are not getting the addresses for those people who have already paid for their T-shirts. So if you know yourself that you pledge, send the amount of money, and out of that money you need us on T-shirts, please contact us with your telephone number and mailing address that will be able to send your T-shirts. Okay, so I think so far, these are 2 things I have just talked about: the commitment of pledges and also the T-shirts. We are so appealing to everybody. Please, if you haven't committed yourself to pledge anything, please do so. If you are committed yourself to pledge and then you haven't fulfilled your pledges, please also pay, because we need the money. Like Comrade Tadatuo said, the term is nearing. We have less than 2 months to election. We have to train the guys in Liberia who are going to be our pool washers. We got to train them. We have to know who they are and where they are. And the only way we can do it is to see how much money we have raised already to support them. Without your support, we can't extend our financial help to Liberia. So I'm asking you, all of us, to please, please, please make your pledges, make your payment, and you see the information on the screen right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
All right, so you see on the screen, this is the T-shirt at the back. It has Vote LPP for Better Liberia. And then on the front side of the T-shirt, it has Gonglo and Yapa. Remember, there is another fundraiser which comes up on the 26th. And all these T-shirts will be used for that purpose. Now, before we let you go, Ruben, you are an important guy into this whole thing here. Tell us something about this fundraiser. Tell us something about the 26th fundraiser in your hometown, Minnesota.
As you all know, LPP is collaborating with Friends of Congo of Minnesota at the FOG Minnesota. And we have had everything in place already in terms of the whole arrangement, in terms of logistics and everything. So yes, the outline of the program for Minnesota. Okay, the Vice President will be arriving at Thursday on the 24th of this month. Or be next week, Thursday, he will be arriving here. On Friday afternoon or Friday evening, we'll have the meet and greet. Now, what we're trying to do is to actually welcome the Vice President in our midst here in Minnesota, to show him how hospitable we are and how friendly we are, even though now the condition is not different, right? In terms of weather condition. Coming from Liberia to Minnesota, this time will be that you're still in Liberia, so that's good for us too. But if you're coming in December, they'll really show you what Minnesota is. Okay, but that is by the way. So the program outlined, like I said, on Friday afternoon or Friday evening, we start at 5 p.m. Okay, the address is there already, and we'll have the meet and greet. It's going to last up from 5 to 10 p.m. or at most 11 p.m. Okay. Then on Saturday, 26th of August 2023, we're going to have the real fundraising program. Okay, we're going to have tickets sale, we're going to have food purchase there too. Also have to have people actually pledge of making substantial contribution towards the Vice President coming. We in Minnesota, and everyone of us know that this is the first time the Vice President is coming to America, even though he's been here. We're not talking about coming in as a private citizen, coming on his own. We're talking about the Vice President coming to America or coming to Minnesota for the first time. I don't know what's happening.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
I am hearing you too.
The
Maybe that
vice
person has
presidential candidate.
Come again?
Vice presidential candidate. The vice presidential candidate.
Okay, yeah, sure, sorry. Okay, so what we're saying in essence is all of the program outline is being arranged already. So again, those of us who are LPP members but are not in Minnesota, okay, we are appealing to all of you if you can make a minimum contribution of $50 towards the program. Okay. Sorry, let me go back to the t-shirt. All LPP members, whether in Minnesota or out of Minnesota, if you're in Minnesota, it's $25 per t-shirt. If you're LPP member outside Minnesota, it's $35. $25 for the t-shirts and $10 for the postage. Okay. So the t-shirts, we're going to use it as the official dressing on Friday, on the 26th, on the 25th, that we're having a meet and greet. We're going to be using the t-shirts. So if you're out of state, you're going to be flying in for the program. If you come on Friday, just wear your t-shirt on the flight or just wear and put your code OA when you come. It's what we're going to be using. On Saturday, it's going to be, I think, how do you call it? Official cash or whatever you may call it. We won't be using the t-shirt, but everybody's still free to use a t-shirt either on Friday and Saturday or Friday or Saturday, one of them, whatever you decide to do. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Zoga.
Yes, sir.
If I'm allowed, I just wanted to make one a few comments about the question you asked about LPP being poor, or do we
Go
want to?
ahead, sir. The question is there to you. LPP. Yeah, I'm coming. Let me just make it look juicy. Liberian people say, if you like it, you make it juicy.
Oh,
The late Dr. Amos Sawyer was president interim period. There will be no check and balance. He could have gotten a huge amount. And I mean, there is no record on that. He didn't build any fabulous house in Liberia to say, yeah, the interim government president, yeah, his house over there. But here is someone who just came from on the football field, has built 45 condominium. Tell us something about the Liberian People's Party don't want money. I need to know.
we we need money, and that's why we are looking for money right now. But we don't want to make money by all means and any kind of way.
Okay.
Because I can remember when he was president in the first place, he had purchased a house in Maryland, and that house was actually purchased before he went to become interim president. And we all know how we can buy a house here. We don't pay cash down. And that became a headline later on that he bought a mansion that cost $100,000.
Look at that.
Okay. So anyway, the journalist that broke that story along the line ended up apologizing. Here, I was there. He apologized because he himself had traveled here now and live here, and he got to understand how people buy a house here. So to go back to the story, when I'm saying that, or when we say LPP is poor, we are not poor out of ideas. We are rich in ideas. And sometimes peace can bring about happiness and good health. I mean, if you get rich at the backs of the people, you are never happy. If you stole people money, and I mean, what happiness does that bring to you? Firstly, you don't sleep at night. You are afraid because you have stolen. So our party history has to do with the ideas. The idea of peace, the idea of good health, the ideas of equality, the ideas of living together in a society, building a society together, and we are rich in those areas. Those are the ideas that we are rich at. So LPP is a rich party, and sometimes rich people are not happy. And the more they get, the more they want to get, and the more that happens, the more insecure they are. They got to hire a cook. They got to hire a watchman. Their security. can be the pertinent thing in their life. But for us, being with the people, being able to move freely around is what we want, you know. So we are poor party, but very rich in the very varieties of way. We in our party we have agriculturalists, we have educators, political scientists, sociologists. I mean, in all walks of life. So this is a very rich party. You know, we are rich. So people should not take us literally when we say we are poor. We don't want to go begging rich people for their money so that they can come and hijack the political process. If that was what we wanted, I can assure you, money will be flowing in. People will start buying part of Nimba and Wologisi. We want all these resources be for our people. And these are the areas that we know we are rich in. And you see over there, we will win no matter how long it takes. And you see how long it took us when our party was banned? And you see where we are now, maybe less than 2 years ago? We will win. There's no question about that. You know, we will win. And Amos always said that he preferred being happy than being rich. And some people around us, they don't like him for that. They thought he was stupid. And he was offered jobs after he left the presidency to have left life. But he didn't want to leave. And then he said he wanted to stay there to serve his country, that he loved Liberia. And one of the last things that he was trying to do was to go to Sino, to build a house and live there, where he would be able to live among his people, where he was born and educated before he came down to Monrovia to attend university. So this is the party for our people. Our people are rich. You know, you put them together, they have a lot of good ideas that the party grew up with, that some of us learned from works that we were involved in, community work, working with the farmer, cooperatives here and there. If you just sat down and listened to our Liberian people, they are very educated. They are very rich in ideas. And this is our party's principle. And that's why we are backing Gonglo to become president. And that is why we are backing Ekwaro to be the vice standard bearer. To be president. So I'm not sure if I answer your question. It was interesting
There you go.
when you asked
whether
we want to die poor. You see, most of the people that you have read about in India, here, Martin Luther King, not that they didn't want to be rich, but they felt that what they were doing made them richer, that they're speaking for the poor people. So that alone can make people live in peace. So please, we are asking you to donate to us. Help us. Let us help Liberia. Thank you, Mr. Zoga, for having me onto this program. Thank you very much.
Before we go to the chairman, before we go to Dr. Kwanendo, you just heard Mr. Kamara say that it is better, good name, Solomon said, good name is better than silver than gold. And he is saying that they have aquifer of knowledge. They are rich in knowledge, has aquifer of knowledge. They have people. And that is the reason why the United States is what it is. That is the reason why Europe is what it is. Because the people, including the kids, they are educated. They got quality education. That's why this party wants for the Liberian people. That is the reason why there is no doubt in the Liberian way on your presidential candidate, Councillor Tiawan say Gonglo, that someone can point at. Oh, come on. He was a Solicitor General. That is a powerful position. And now one day, he corrupted the system. Come and support the Liberian People's Party. Bring what you have. If we have been calling you and you are listening to us, make a contribution by sending your money through Zelle. This is the information on the screen. We send the information to you also by Cash App, $MNV7925, Zelle 718-968-5725. Wells Fargo account number 670-167-6345. We will go back to the chairman for the fundraiser to give us more insight, to talk to his people, to call on them, those who have made promises, those who have made their pledges, to make good their pledges, and those who have not, to come and make more pledge, and those who have the funding at once to make that contribution through Cash App, Zelle, and Wells Fargo. Dr. Doe.
Thank you once again, Comrade Zoga. Again, we want to appeal to all of our brothers and sisters, all of our Liberian people in Facebook land, YouTube.
We can see you. We can see you, Dak. You got your head a little bit. Very good. Okay,
yeah,
now
YouTube land. So please join us and support this fundraiser we're undertaking. I think a whole lot has been said why we are having this fundraiser. We solely having this fundraiser to be able to raise money, to be able to recruit, train, and pay poll watchers. Now, we are at a crossroad in our country. There's so many problems in the country. You heard one of my colleagues talk about the crisis in the area of education. But there are several other crises. We have crisis, the drug crisis, that is really taking away many of our young people. If you're online, looking at Facebook, YouTube, you see where what is happening to the young people in that country. I've seen a situation just 2 days ago. Saw a young man, maybe no more than 19, 20 years old. The thing that I'm told there's a drug called Kush that has infested the entire country. A lot of young people are kind of using that drug as a way to get problems. For this young man, as I say, can't be no more than 18 to 20 years old. I mean, hitting his head against a pole. He hitting the head so many times. I think he hit his head almost 20 times against a pole, an iron pole. I was like, this is a serious problem in the country. You know how drugs have taken over the now as a way to cope with their problem. We have a government in place that has done nothing to address the drug crisis in the country. I think many people are aware that just a little over a month or two ago, they said the seized cachet of drugs worth close to $100 million. Some people were arrested, but nothing became of that case. I think they went to court, and the culprits who were involved in that case, they were found now guilty. I think they were foreign culprits, foreigners. And immediately they left the country. Nothing became of it. And then another $40 million worth of drugs came into the country. Similar thing happened. And under LPP regime, under a Gonglo Yakbawuro administration, you can bet nothing like that is going to happen, because that administration will prioritize young people. It will do everything to ensure that it attend to the educational crisis in the country. The young people will go to school. Part of his agenda is to make sure education from kindergarten to 12th grade is actually free. Free meaning that they will They will not pay a fee. There will be no tuition fee. They will have insufficient instructional materials. They will have permanent teachers. You heard Commoning talk about the situation in the country now where students are teaching students. How so? Students learning and then they have to teach their fellow students. And then if you go beyond Monrovia in the rural areas, they have this volunteer system where you have teachers who are not on salary, but they're sacrificing, volunteering to teach that young generation. We can't have a country that runs this way. It has to change, you know. And you heard that LPP have a reservoir of talented people, educated people who can run that country with success to ensure that those crises we're talking about, the youth crisis, the drug crisis, the education crisis in the country is addressed. Uh, that's the richness of our party. In fact, our party motto is uh, unity and honesty for peace and progress. This is why for the 40 years, almost 40 years we've been around, you rarely hear that any LPP person who been involved with this party from its foundation have never been associated with anything associated with corruption. So because that's a principle we deeply believe in, and will ensure that it happens, because Gonglo, as you know, has a record of being an anti-corruption candidate. He's about the only anti-corruption candidate in this race. His record, his public service record has proven that wherever he's worked, he's left a real good record. Nobody can say this man stole anything, or this man was associated with anything corrupt. Not to talk about his running mate, the young and vibrant Dr. Yakpawolo, who's never really been involved in anything government related. So this is why we are appealing to you. Take ownership of these elections. Our party does not have any kind of wealth laying down, or anybody with, Americans would say, deep pockets that we can go to and say, help us. Because you heard my comrade say, this party was built on the principle of being a party for the people. The party for the people. The people who founded this party were mostly students, market women, farmers, young boys. That social category of people don't have money. They can go, they can afford their widow's mite of $5 here, $10 here. That's how the party has sustained itself over all these years. So because we don't want to have a situation, as my comrade said, where you have one dominant person with money influencing the direction or shaping the direction of the party. We don't want LPP will never go that route. It's not to say we will not. If somebody comes to us and say, "Oh, I will help you out," but we will not engage in anything that will compromise our motto, our principles, that will compromise the needs of the Liberian people, that will compromise the country. So we appealing to you once again. Please help us. We're not ashamed to ask, because we know it's the honest thing to do. If you give us $5 today, $10, whatever you give us, again, we can assure you, we can promise you, whatever money you give us will be accounted for. A report will be issued, it will be published. We send to you a thank you letter, telling you that we thank you for whatever you give. And this is what we accumulated, so people can see what we're doing. We're very transparent. So if you're out there in Facebook land, uh, YouTube land, if you are a partisan, you're a supporter, you're a sympathizer, and you believe in a vision of Gonglo and Yakpa, please come out and support us. We need your help, so that we can be able to create some kind of level playing field, that will ensure that this October 10th, when your vote is cast, it is protected. I will pause here and defer to anybody else.
Thank you, Dr. Doe. Before we go to someone else, let's look at a few photos from Banga this afternoon, where the Liberian People's Party has launched her campaign. Let's just see for like three minutes. Are you hearing me?
Ganta,
let's just look at that video. Oh, from Ganta. I keep saying Banga. From Ganta, Lima County. As you can see at the back, there's a huge number from the back up to this and there is a big escort of Councilor Congo launching today the Liberian People's Party, launching her campaign. We cannot see all the way from the back there, but we see that there is a good turnout this morning. I think this is when he enters Banga, and that he has not gone to the All right. So today, Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo is launching his party in Ganta, Nima County. So I cannot make that mistake again and say Banga. And that's just a piece of it when he enters the city of Banga, the city of Ganta, Nima County. Again, we are still moving. We're still having some discussion around our fundraiser. Again, if you are out there and you want to make a contribution, yes, ma'am. Yes, mama. If you want to make a contribution, here are the photos. You can send your contribution to this Cash App number. Those of you who who already need the information and you are viewing us by Facebook, the Cash App number is here, and we also have our Zelle number as well, and then the Wells Fargo account number. There will be another fundraiser on the 26th, and that is when the vice presidential candidate arrive here. You heard that from Comrade Ruben. The vice presidential candidate is going to be in this country in just about a week from today. It's going to be at the 24th, and the 25th going to be a meet and greet. On the 25th, we need to wear this T-shirts and many more other T-shirts that will be printed. We need to wear this. So if you want to attend, if you're going to attend that, you need to look a little bit okay, telling us that you support the presidency of Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo and Emmanuel Ure Yakparo. So purchase your T-shirt, and once you purchase your T-shirts, give the information to Comrade Ruben so that he can be able to post your T-shirt on time. We have gone an hour and 30 minutes, and we're still here. Those of you who want to join us, we are calling on you to come and take over the second shift or whatever it is, and make your comment, make your contribution, make the calls to people who you know, and then we can get out of here with an encouraging amount that will support our candidate for his pool washers in the field. We haven't heard a lot we haven't heard anything yet from the treasurer of this party, and and former chairman for the party as well, Comrade Moses Vakwana. Moses, if you are here and you're hearing us, we want to hear from you. In Bond County, in Nima County today, there is a launcher there. And then today you are concurrently on your fundraiser. What does it mean for you? A fundraiser and a launcher today. What does that mean for you as the chairman, as the financial guy, the treasurer for this party? Is it emptying your coffers, or you still have more money in to give out, even though I know your party is a poor party? But has it entered your coffer? Has it emptied your coffer, or you're bringing in more money? Mr. Fakbana.
Yes, thank you, Comrade Genius. So far, I'm happy that we are launching the party today in Banga.
Can he be on camera?
I'm happy that we are launching the party today in Banga.
Ganta.
And sorry, you misinformed me. Sorry, in Ganta. And you can see the number of people, and those activities require money. And our fundraiser today has not done much so far. So far, in the account for today, we have $110, one from Paul Kwemini, and then another $10 from some lady. I can't remember the name. All right, that is where we are so far. We need more money. We need your assistance. Can you please come in with your $5, $10, whatever you can to help this can be moved forward? We need pool watchers. We need transportation for people to move from one area to another. We need gasoline. We need a lot to keep the campaign going. If you want a clean government, a government that will not steal your money, a government that will not use your money unwisely. We have a president who will never ride a private jet. He can easily ride a motorbike than even a private jet. We are sure if you spend your money will be used wisely. You are not going to regret. Your money, we have a government that will decide to use most of the money for you and not for themselves. We have a government that will make sure that you have good school for your kids, a school that will be free from kindergarten to 12th grade, where students will have textbooks, where students will have good teachers, where students will even have feeding program where they will be able to eat. And you can only achieve this by voting Councillor Konglo and that Emmanuel Ure Yakwaul. These are some of the most honest people you find in our country. And if you vote for them, the elderly, anybody above 50 years will be able to go to hospital free without paying any money. And the hospitals will have staff, good staff. They will have medication for you to go. They will not ask you to go to the next drugstore or their own drugstore to buy medicine. Our leader is very straight about that. He said that he himself will go to hospital in Liberia, and he goes to any hospital where he knows he has sent money for drug, and there is no drug in the hospital. Those people who are in the hospital will have problem with him. He's going to deal with them. So this is the time now that we work hard and show that our leaders who are honest and dedicated and are going there to serve you and not to steal from you, because they know that a government office is not to steal, it is to serve. So we are appealing to you, whatever you can, $5, $10, $1, we are here, and we will be here from now until around 6 p.m. or so, or a little more. So we are waiting for your support to come in. And there are some of you who promised, we wrote a couple of you, and you promised that you are going to contribute, and we are still waiting for the contribution. You don't necessarily have to be a member, but you can support us because you want a good government that will make sure that our country is peaceful. With that, you will not have a country where people get die mysteriously and nobody can account for them. Our government will be an accountable government, a government that takes security very serious, a government that will make sure that the law is provided and that justice is provided without favor. That everyone is the same above. I mean, nobody is above the law. If the president himself misapply the law or he goes against the law, he will be jailed just as any other citizen in the country. So we just want to thank you for all of you who have supported, who have contributed, and we are asking those who have not contributed as yet to please come in and support us to achieve this cause. Thank you.
And if I may come in, just to buttress where Moses stopped, I think so far the fundraiser has been doing well. Right now, I have a cash of $250 and also a check of $500. So I think we are doing pretty good. There are also others that have promised, and I think they are making good of those promises. It's just that those monies has not yet been received by the treasurer. But as far as the fundraising committee knows, so far we're doing great, and we encourage those that have made pledges to follow the footsteps of people who have already paid. So we're doing good, and we encourage everyone to come on board, including our members, members of LPP. I'm not sure if Mr. Zogard is there. I wanted to ask him a question, but I'm not seeing him. So, and the question I wanted to ask, if anybody can answer, is how do people get on the program?
The
Is there any specific link so that those who may watch the program or people that we talking to can just click on and then join us, or do we have to send those information out to them? Because it could be that if the information is not publicly out there, there will be, some delay in the getting on. But
Right.
as far as we are concerned, we've been working hard, and then this fundraiser is it's getting positive support. And supports in many areas, not only the cash, but it enables us to reach to other people, to interact with them, to explain our policy, to explain what LPP is about, to explain the policies of our team. That is Gongolo and his potential VP, Dr. Emmanuel Yakpaulo. So we encourage people, to continue to support us. We are getting a headway. And we thank Mr. Zoga for this public forum, one of the first of its kind. And we will continue to make the best use of it to see how best we can get out there. We have contacted some of our members and looking for a way to see how they can join us. So I just wanted to bring that up. But so far, like I said, we have a check here of 500. Zuga, that's what I was referring to. What name So maybe I can't say that here right now, but we're doing well so far. We're doing well, and we encourage people to continue to contribute. This forum is very important.
Yeah.
It's preparing some of us, for the future, being out there to be able to answer people's questions. So I think we should continue in this direction. And our members should try to appear on this program as often as possible to sell our politics out there, which is a good policy, in security, in agriculture, health, education. We have the best. So let us continue to talk on those issues as we continue to ask the Liberian people to help us raise funds to support our pool washers, to make sure that we encourage our women to participate in the decision-making process in Liberia, so that they are not only appointed to position because of their relationship, so that politicians can stop exploiting our women, our young girls, our daughters, our nieces. So we will continue to speak against those, and we will win. And this is not for today. This is not only for October 10th. And this will continue until we make sure that the Liberian people in our country is liberated from all those corrupt officials, those young people who have no place in any part of this world, that they cannot live there and make an honest living. But they've gone back to Liberia and hijacked the system. Corrupt. You go around town, before 4 o'clock, they're sitting down at nightclubs. And they have no specific work to do. They cannot account for their income. Where did they get the money from? They are buying beers, vodka, Hennessy, very expensive drink. This is every day. Where are they getting the money from? Mercedes-Benz, expensive cars. And now people are suffering. Why? And they have made some of our people to think that, well, this is what God has for us, so we should live. No, it is not so. That's not how God wants Liberia to be. And we encourage our people to speak up. Please, speak up. If you went to bed hungry and you got up, you don't have any food to eat, and you have one man who has built mansions that he cannot account for his work history, how is this possible? You have people in government who barely made it out of the university, but they are very rich, and they do not even spend money in Liberian dollars. You're talking about hard cash, US dollars. Where did they get it from? The country is going bankrupt. Who are responsible? It is the government that is headed by WIA. And you see, if we don't get in up the backs of the Liberian people, then we'll have ourselves to be blamed. It was the Liberian people that put him there. These same people that put him there, those people from the villages, those people in Monrovia, you need to get up and say, look, we implore you to work for us, but you have never done the job that we asked you to do. So it's time for you to go. Run him from out of town. He and his followers. Don't be afraid, oh. Do not be afraid. Vote. Get out and vote. Speak up. This is the only way Liberia will be free. This is the only way maybe George Weah can go back to his old profession, to own a football team. Or if it's possible to help some of our young people, to train them, to pick them from in the street and have a team to help them learn the talent that made him popular. But then he was misled to do what he knew he was not good at. So he need to realize that. And those are telling him, Chief, stay there, we can do it. He needs to tell them, no, I've done my part. I love my country. I'm out. Simple. Simple. Let him help our youth. And those that voted for him because he's a good football player or soccer player. My own son voted for him. The only reason was Upon plays football. He's right here in Minnesota. Is that how we're going to select our leader? Is that a criteria to be president? No. We don't want managers. We're talking about leaders. Leaders are there to lead people. Leaders have vision. Managers are there to manage people for profit. Maybe for the next 5 years, they put their goal towards that. And it can only be about profit. So please, we're here to raise funds. But those are the ideas that we have behind the funds that we're trying to raise. Those are the ideas. Thank you again, Mr. Zoga.
Thank you.
It will
Thank you
always
so
be a
much,
pleasure for me to appear on your program anytime you need me. The Liberian people
Thank you
need
so
help.
much, Mr. Kamara. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing
Yes,
me?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamara. You just made a statement. John Weah must go because his government is corrupt. They have built mansions. They have had no formal education that
Yes.
can give them those kind of things. And now, well, hear what the Liberian people say. It's not you only saying that. They will say, oh, he's sitting right there in America. He's sitting right there in America and he's talking. But listen to what the Liberian people say. Just listen.
Okay. You want me?
Sevens are crying, no. Market women are crying, no. There we are go. We tire, oh, there we are go. Innocent people are dying, yo. The students are taking home. There we are go. We tire, oh, there we are go. There we are go. There we are go. There we are go. We tire, oh, there we are go. There we are go. There we are go. We tire, oh, there we are go. Yeah, we are go. We tire, oh, there we are go. Hey, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Whoa, whoa, there we are go. Hey, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Whoa, whoa, there we are go. Babylon is bleeding, no. The people are suffering, no. There we are go. We tire, there we are go. We tire with the hunger, we tire eating curry, oh. There we are go. We tire, there we are go. Musicians are crying, oh. Hospitals are empty, oh. There we are go. We tire, oh. There we are go. There we are go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. We tire, oh. There we are go. Go, 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 go. There we are. I am suffering.
that way. You got to get up.
There you go. Josh, we tired suffering. We tired eating gari. That is the voice of the people. That is the voice of the people. And Mr. Kamara just had it right, that this guy must leave. And then you can see the hand right under him with a red card. He has been red carded. He must go to give chance to the Liberian people. Comrade, what do you have to say, Mr. Chairman?
What I have to say before the chairman comes in, that's the song and the message is clear. But how do we put it into reality?
There you go.
Those that are there dancing, waving their hands. We've done that for a long time. This is the time to interpret the songs. If you say Joey must go, yes, he must go. That song is saying something. Are we getting the message? Or will we continue to sing the songs and we can't take action? Song does nothing.
Yeah.
It entertains us. But I, for one, have learned that without action, especially in third world country, no leader will give out easily. And people always say, "No, he's not the one. It's the people that behind." That is not true. That is not true. The leader itself, the leader himself or herself, must believe in what he or she is doing. I hear people say, Joy doesn't want to stay there. And I argue with some of them. That's not true. Okay? Why did Charles Taylor leave? Maybe the warlords or those that were with him, I saw some of them crying. Did they want him to go? No. But he believed that his time has come and he needed to get out. And he was talking about for peace sake. It was not for peace sake, but the foes that were behind him, he knew. And then sometimes some of us want to talk, and that's why I don't. It's only foes sometimes, and we can't continue to say this all the time. This is a forum for us to raise some money, and so that we can help Liberia, that very rich country, a country that is not possibly maybe the size of New Jersey, a country that has one of the best weather in that region. And New Jersey here grows almost everything that Liberia grows. You talk about tomato, we leave from here to go there and buy. It's a rich state. Look at Liberia. So please help us, give us some money. We are the only party that can take this guy head on. We are the only one that will be able to give you the freedom that you are urging for. And this is why we are here. Don't be afraid. If you give us power, man, we have your back. I can assure you that. And no matter what, if you're hearing me, go and vote for Gongolo and Paulo. Please. If you listen to that song, if you were there dancing, if you were there waving your hands there to the ceiling, the answer is in your hands. Get out, go and vote. Vote number 6. Very simple. You count from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, start to 6. Vote there and get out. Nothing else. If Joy Weir and his people gave you any money, if you took it, that's your money. But that should not convince you to vote for them. Take that money, go and vote for Gongolo and Paulo. That's LPP. We're going to shake things up, man. We are not playing. We are honest people, and we are serious about what we're talking about. You haven't seen anything like this. So we will win. Yeah. We will win. Thank you for the song.
Thank you so much. Anyone else anyone can come in and share a thought. I'm so sorry I'm not on camera. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but it's
Baby
telling
Joe,
me
we are
that,
fingering it.
yes, it's telling me that my audio has been taken up. They got some people who work for them as well, but I'm going to look at and see what's going on. But
Comrade Zoga, I think I think there was a question I asked earlier if we have a way of getting the audience to participate.
yes, I share that. Yeah, they can call.
Number? They can call in.
Okay, so let me put the number here. But for viewing,
Right.
for viewing is now on. I mean, it's all over with Friends of Gonglo stuff and with the how they call with Liberian People's Party or Facebook link, YouTube link. It's all in the place there. Because as soon as we started, I share all of that to
the call number.
We don't have a call number here. I can put that in. Those that want to call, so they can call in. I'm going to put in.
Can we do that?
Yes. Okay, I'm doing that right now.
Well, I just briefly wanted to say I haven't seen my colleague Charles so passionate.
I know.
And Charles is passionate. You know, this is serious business.
What we've been doing is, but
Charles is one of our long-serving colleagues of the Liberian People's Party, and its forerunner organization Moja. Is someone who says things and mean it. You know, so you heard what he said. This is serious business. We can boast that LPP is the only party in this race having two great candidates. One, and the Councillor Gonglo, and his young and vibrant Vice Standard Bearer, Dr. Yakwa Udo, who can take us through the next 6 years and make Liberia a better place. You know, I mean, there's no other way to present this. I think we've said it over and over that, you know, our party, as much as we've never seen state power before, our work, our record proves that where we've had an opportunity to serve many of our members, we've left a solid record there of that people can envy. You know, so 2023 October is serious. It's rather serious. I mean, we want to win, but our agenda goes beyond 2023. You know, and the only way we can win, like you heard earlier, our people must come out to vote. You got to come out to vote. Do not vote with your feet, meaning that you stay home and just say, oh, that's another political thing again. Somebody else will get there and be corrupt. Let's not have that kind of mindset. You know, prepare yourself to go out there and vote, to vote this man out. I think that's the whole meaning behind that record, Joey Amashiko. You know, we want to vote him out democratically so he can leave the scene. Politics is not for him. He has not provided good leadership in that country. And we just cannot have him around again. He should be nowhere near, he and his cronies should be nowhere near the Liberian presidency. They don't belong there. You know, they came and hijacked this process only to plunge the country and our people into deeper poverty. We don't want that. That people are poor. They've gotten poorer in the last 6 years than they were 6 years prior to this. You know, we've seen the drug crisis in the country. We've seen the rape crisis. Young girls and babies as little as 3 or 4 or 5 years old are being raped. Nothing is being done about it. Not to mention the educational crisis that we already talked about. So seize the moment. Make this own this elections, my people. Come out and vote for Gonglo and Yakpawodo. Vote for Gonglo and Yakpawodo. So we can win this thing and put Liberia on a different direction, a different path. We can't have it this way, where our people are just suffering by the day. The burden is on us here in the diaspora. We know how every day our phone is ringing, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. I need help. You know, I have to pay my children's school fees. I ain't got nothing to eat. Before our people were not even saying we ain't got nothing to eat. But now they're saying, I ain't got nothing to eat. I got no food to feed my family. This is serious. You know, so please, my people, please support LPP. Come out. It's your way of your $5, $10, $20, $50, $100 or more is your way of investing in this election to ensure that LPP, on with its leadership, with its standard bearer and vice president and vice standard bearer, win these elections. I mean, the consequences of us not winning, I don't even want to think about it. Win this election so we can change our story, as our standard bearer usually say. You know, so let's come out, man, people. We need your help. We need your help. As I said, we can't eat crab with shame. We need your help. We need that $5 from you. We need that $10, $100, $200, $500. You heard somebody give a check of $500. Some other people gave a check of $150. We need your help. You know, and you are the only one. The power is in your hands. You are the one that can hire new leaders to give us new direction in the country. Let's use your vote. Your vote is your power. This is the one time you have to change the story in your country. Come out and vote. Come out, provide your help. Give your help to LPP because we think we have the best set of candidates in this race to bring about that change. So please help us. Go to our Cash App, give your country, make your donation. Go to our Zelle, make your donation. If you're near any Wells Fargo, you have our information. Go there and deposit a check. You know, we need your help. You heard that we need help to hire and pay poll watchers, to train poll watchers, to buy gasoline, to help transport people all throughout the country. You know, our senator is the only one who has been to almost 320 towns and villages. No other candidate has done that. Because we practice what we preach. This is a grassroots party. So where do you go? Where are the people the most? They're in the villages, they're in the towns. You go there and meet them. He was crossing river, walking over timber trees to go to the remotest part of that country. This tells you the seriousness of the kind of candidate we have. You know, we want to bring more people into this electoral process. A lot of our people have been left out of the process. They don't even know what's going on. But Gonglo's tour throughout the country, he's taking him to everywhere. My brothers, I mean, you see the way that the conditions of our people, you want to cry. In this 21st century, our people still living like they're in the 15th, 16th century. We have to change this, my people. You know, that's why all of us, you see, are passionate about this and talking about this. Please help us. Please go to the Cash App. Please go to our Zelle. Please go to Wells Fargo and give us whatever. We'll take whatever you give us. It will be accounted for. It will be used for that purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dak. Anyone can come in and make a comment. We still raising fund. Ruben, you want to come in and talk more about the T-shirt? And let's see how many people we can still attract to come and purchase the T-shirt for the meet and greet.
Okay, can we still send the information to individuals as well as place some calls? What we did last fundraising, we were making calls at the same time, calling people directly and telling them, hey, we have the information in the chat room. Can you pop on and can you participate? And before Ruben comes in, I just wanted to share with you my experience in one of those villages after Kakata when I was told that McGill was the only candidate in our area because he had bribed the other candidate who was supposed to be in the race, and so he wanted to be the only candidate. But one of the old men who is a town chief told me, look, my son, the thing that happened in the country or the thing that is happening, we know it. The American people say, McGill steal our money. McGill coming to us, he say he won't become our senator. We cannot tell McGill, say, don't come here. We don't want McGill to come, so he can, the money that he finished stealing, then he bring it to us, then he build our Palabo hut, then he help our children to go to school. And then when we go to vote now, nobody else will be there in the room with us voting. We know how to vote. Because even if the people vote for him, McGill will not be able to represent us because the people say he see our money and they don't want him in anything. So right now, Liberians are conscious of the realities on the ground. The major issue there is the whole job we are government. It's the inspection. It's not just McGill and the other henchmen of Joshua. It's the entire government. And that is why Joshua was invited here for them to show him the picture of the kind of that he has created. So our people are aware. What they don't have is the resources that we have. That is why we need to unite our resources to be able to help our people. And that is the real liberation. If you can afford, help those helpless so they can liberate themselves from the shackles of poverty, illiteracy, hunger. And if at all you have stayed away from Liberia for some time, it's a thing that you would not be happy to see that the people live under a very strenuous condition in our country. If people cannot afford to cook, I've lived in a neighborhood that before then people could set pot on a fire every day. But recently, I only saw it once or twice, especially during the weekend. That when people get a food to cook for their children to eat. Even people who work don't go to work, just like that, because they are not being paid. The streets are filled with filth. The streets are filled with debt. In Kakata, I saw something, I thought it was a natural hill before. It was a mound of debt.
Yeah.
In the Kakata market. The whole road has been closed because of the trash. The government can no more take its trash out almost on all the streets. In the alleys. The government does not have the capacity to plan and implement anything. That's the kind of people you have around. If people have the ability to understand that where there is filth, there will always be health. The hospitals don't have electricity, so how do you expect them to function even if they cool? So this is where we are. It's nothing that somebody is making up. Just watch the videos from Monrovia. You're going to see what it is that our people live through. Our people cannot afford to help themselves. So we got to help them to overcome the current situation in the country. So if we sit by and think, okay, it is their business, the next thing is conflict. Where there is injustice, where there is suffering, where there is corruption, where there is mismanagement, what comes is conflict. There be conflict. When people are tired and hungry, they are tired and hungry. They got to strike back. This is why we need to put our resources together. This is why you need to go to our cash app and put some money into our account. This is why you need to go to our cell, go to the bank, and put some money there. Importantly, we are the only party that has plans for our female candidates, and we want to increase that number. And we are working on that seriously to ensure that women participate in Liberian politics. And we also need your support so that we can advertise the women throughout the counties. We want to be making sure that the women have access to the radio stations to inform people, to tell them, hey, this is where we stand. I'm running to be a representative, and please vote for me. We need to give the women a voice. That is one reason we are appealing to you to join us in helping our women to be heard, for them to be elected, to play a role that will help our people live a better life. So, Mr. Zoka, I want to thank you, and you can give the floor back to Ruby as he's prepared to explain to our followers how we are going. Now we need to call our people directly to come in. We need to put the link out there. And some people still asking, oh, where is the link? How do I get on it? And that is then the usual thing. But we can still be calling and still be posting the link so that people will get on and just hear whatever they have at this time. Thank you very much.
All right, before Ruben come in, if you are watching Facebook and YouTube, we are presently on YouTube. You can go to YouTube and you put in the Brom Talk Show, or you just put in We Will Win Fundraiser, or as soon as you click, you're going to see us right there. You can make a comment. You can take the phone and call based on the number that you're going to see on the small screen on your phone. I am presently watching that on YouTube. At the same time, I'm talking here and I'm hearing myself on this side. I see Dr. Doe. So we're on YouTube and then we are on Facebook as well.
Okay, yeah.
We go to Ruben, and after Ruben has made some comment, then we will go and hear from the Liberian people. You know, let me tell you something. When South Africa was in this problem, we heard the famous singer from Nigeria, Fire in Soweto, and the rest of that. Okay. The discrimination against the black people all over the world, and even here in the United States, we heard Lucky Dube. And there was change of mind. Music, the musician have contributed a lot. Kenvi Adams, she's one of those who have come up with a very new music. She has turned and make a lot of sense. They had a music before, Monge must calm down. Kenvi is saying, Baboon, you must calm down now. But let's go to Ruben. From there, we'll go to here, whether Baboon need to stay there or Baboon need to calm down. Because Baboon told Monge to calm down, and he went there, but now he got there, Baboon can do nothing. But let's listen to Ruben.
Yeah, but Mr. Zoa, can you move? What is this here?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Joy, we are walking, on our screen. It looks like you are marketing.
Yeah, I'm moving that. Yes, that's the music we listen to where Baboon got to go. There you go. This is why we won, right? Yes, sir.
Baboon been in the whole show for a long time.
Ruben, we can still see your face.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, let us sit down. I'm not a relaxing fellow, so I usually let
okay, but then
anyway.
But then lift all the then you gotta move the your what you call your screen. You can put your screen up.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I think we all have been doing well, and I appreciate the effort we have put in. I appreciate our donors, our friends, our brothers and sisters, and those from outside the U.S. who have also contributed to our project. And like I said before, we are all in it to win. And our goal is to reach the end. We are not just starting the race to end in the middle of the road, but we are starting to the finish line. And the finish line is coming soon. And the only way we can get it is the collective support of all of us. Whatever we are doing right now, what we will continue to do until October 10 and thereafter. Let us remember that LPP, like we said before, has been in this game for 40 years, almost 40 years. Therefore, LPP is not a party that will come and go. It's a party that has been there and will continue to be there. Okay. But again, like we're all talking about, the way we can stay in is to be collective, to do things that will hold us together, to do things that will let us know that, look, these guys are serious people, they mean business, and they are serious people. And to show you that we are serious, we have two contenders, our presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate, who have been there from day one. So again, according to all of us, whether you are in the US, in Europe or Canada or America, wherever you are, or Australia or wherever you are, they're only asking you to show up. It's time that we all help to make this a reality. Again, let me talk about the t-shirts. We have t-shirts ready, printed, and ready to go. All you need to do is, if you put in for your t-shirts, just let me know the sizes you want. If you want, please let me remind you also, we do not have 2XL or 3XL. We don't have XL, large, and medium. Even if you look at the medium t-shirt, it looks like a large t-shirt. If you look at the large, it looks like XL. If you look at the XL, it looks like XXL. So let's see it that way. And like I said before, this is all about raising funds. So it doesn't matter how many t-shirts you want to buy. Don't think, oh, why am I going to buy 10 t-shirts for? We know we are raising funds. And the only way we can raise funds is to be able to give you something in return of what you gave us. We're going to give you t-shirts in return of giving us your money. So we are so begging you, please let us remember it is fundraising. We use the t-shirt as one of the fundraising means. And the second mean is your actual cash contribution to what we're doing. Okay, so we have 3 different sizes: medium, large, and extra large. Okay, those are the 3 sizes we have. Let me appeal to people again who want 3Xs or 4Xs or 4XL. We do not have them because the printer will not be able to print out one out of two t-shirts or 3 t-shirts on those sizes. That's why they didn't have to print them. Okay, so if you wanted 3XL or 4XL and we say we can't give it to you because we didn't print that size, please bear with us. We are only doing it because we're raising money. The XL, you can use it for just for decoration if you want to, or just for a souvenir that you are part of this fundraising activity. That will ask me all. Again, on Friday, from next week Friday, will be the 24th, the 25th. Our vice presidential candidate will be in Minnesota. On Friday, we're going to be having our meet and greet from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. in the evening. And the dress code will be your t-shirt. Okay? Buy your t-shirt. You can wear either jean trousers or anything you want to wear. But the dress code on Friday for the meet and greet will be the t-shirts. Then on Saturday, the 26th, we're going to have the real program where we have the vice presidential candidate be present. There will be speeches. We expect donations from you people. There will be full sale. There will be gate intake. I think just $20 for the gate intake because we want you to contribute more when you get to the program. We don't want to start taxing you more for gate intake and say, oh, pay $50. You pay the $50 and you get in. You say, oh, well, I've already spent my money at the gate. Okay, that's what we're making it $20 for gate intake. And if you come there, you can bring your family, you can bring friends, people who are not LPP, but who are LPP sympathizers can also attend. They can also contribute. Our contribution is not limited only to LPP people, but we are doing it so that if you believe in the dream, in the aspiration of Councilor Congo and Tarayure, then this is where you belong. Those of you people who are friends of Congo and are not members of LPP, I always told you guys, look, your home is LPP. Councilor Congo is running on LPP ticket, and the best way you can help also to support him is also to be a member of LPP. All the funds we are raising is intended for Liberia. And yet what I tell people, you and I are in America. We won't be in Liberia at least most of us won't be in Liberia to take part in the voting that will take place on 10 November 2023. But you have your friends, you got brothers, you got sisters, you got mom and dad in Liberia. All what we want you to do is to try to be an agent of change by talking to the relatives of yours, to your brothers, to your sons and daughters who are still in Liberia, and make sure to let them know that they go and vote for Council of Congo. Because we have had this experience over and over where we tell people, oh, go and vote for this person. Because this is a guy who has the country at heart, who can do something better. And they promise, oh, yeah, we're going to do that. But later on, they go and vote for the wrong person. 3 days later, they come back and say, you know what? I didn't get food to eat, I didn't get water, I didn't get this for my child. Well, if you didn't have it, it's because you didn't listen to us. And I think this is a time where you have to listen to what we're saying. We are not just saying it out of the blue moon. The Macanian Contable called it, we don't talk about heart. We talk about reality. We talk about what we know, what we have seen, what we have felt. And if we go back to it, the farmer has a parable that says, if you let the creek to make you take out your trousers 2 times, there's something wrong with your brain. You saw the creek, little creek, you are going and say, oh, it's not too deep. Your trousers on you, jump in it. By the time you get in the middle, you have already grabbed you by the waist. You take it up. You go and coming back, you do the same thing. It means we're not thinking. So the same thing is for today. We had it in 2016, 2017. It's a disaster. We do not want to repeat those disasters we have had. This is a time to have to put an end to it. And the way you and myself can put an end to it is actually encourage our brothers and sisters, our mom and dad in Liberia to take part. And more importantly, our contribution is needed. We have to make the financial contribution to make sure that we support those in Liberia, to make sure that we support the party in Liberia, to make sure that we train the people who can be the pool washers. If nobody in the pool, if nobody watching for us, let us not complain that, oh, it was rigged, because we are not there. But once we are present, once we are seeing what is going on, we have somebody to say, look, don't do that. NEC is not going to change it. NEC won't change it. Because the result would have been made known at the precinct. And once the result is given, there's no way they're going to tell, oh, you know what? The ballot box got missing on the road. Or you know what? The road too impassable, so they couldn't bring the ballot to Monrovia. That's why they're doing the counting right at the polling station. So we are asking every one of us to make sure that we put stop to all, we will block all the loopholes that will give them room to cheat, that give them room to change it for whatever they think they can do. This is an end for this guy, for the presidency, for this administration. And we are going to be the next people in power. We are going to be the next people to show them the way. We are going to be the next people to say, look, we can do it better. LPP, we are not just anybody. That's why they have problem with us. We do all the critical analysis, the what if that happened, what if? People don't like us because we're too critical. And I get it. But in any situation, we got to be critical. The only way you can get things done right is for you to ask questions, for you to know what if this happened? What is the next move? How do we do it? That's why we have the education committee, we have the security committee. We have committees that are actually working on a lot of things that, look, if we come to power, we're going to show them, look, this is how this country should run. We're not just putting, say, oh, you know what, we're going to take power. We will do this. No, we believe in the how of what we're going to do. Many of the political parties don't tell you how they're going to run the country, but we are telling people how we're going to run the country. And this is some of the way, or these are some of the ways we are going to run this country. We're going to be successful. So, Mr. Junior Sugar, take it back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We're going to go for 10 minutes break. If you all agree to that, and then we can have some, we can have factors of Councillor Chawanse going to be in play here for that 10 minutes. We have factors being streamed. We have some music playing for him. And then right after that 10 minutes break, we're going to be right back. Does that go down well with everybody? episode, then we just move on and take a cup of coffee, and then you come right back. And look at some of the factors that are going to be playing, and then we'll be on our 10 minutes break, and right after that, we hope to come right back.
Yeah, let's take the break.
Okay.
I agree with you. 10 minutes?
Yes, sir. 10
Okay.
minutes break.
Let's do it.
And we'll be right back.
Play some music while we are on break. Can you do that?
Is it break time now?
Yep.
All right.
Break time now.
Let's call our people to come while on the break.
So no recording, right?
Recording is on. This one going to be on after 10 minutes. No matter.
Take away the live aspect.
This one, there's no recording, right?
No, we are recording. Just mute yourself and get off the camera. That's all.
Can you take away the live? Yeah, and people want to remain can remain.
Zoga.
Yes, sir.
Is this one being recorded too?
Hello. Welcome here this beautiful Saturday. It's another day for the.
If I tell you something, will be recorded?
Yes, it will, because he listen.
Oh, okay.
He's listening to you.
Okay.
Right here? There's a North Charles right here. Or St. Paul Street. All right.
So everybody will mute themselves, or I will mute some of you, and then we go for that 10 minutes, and then we can come back. All right. Okay, we good.
Frankie LV. A wrong step by a leader is a warning to the followers. Our liberator is here. They want to go all the way.
Iron Lady Records, sweet sound.
La biara ya obore Congo, Jawa Congo, Congo, Jawa Congo. Say wa ya Apple la bia se ne ye wa gbe ya Lo fa ye wa mura Papa Jawa Congo bonu ile You know wa ya mi go ni ma yi ne yi wa tere Saba lo gbogbo yi Ni wa lo wa gbogbo yi Apo mo won ta mi wa lo wa gbogbo yi Na the pa the German the movement Corruption la yen pona Me wo kwa wa yi ba wo ne ala wo Ira ye wa wo Apo ni ma no se ga ye wa so Prende ye pona pone Kanu gbe ore, kanu gbe vagan mo lo mu e. Wọ́n bá ya kwa, eti àwọn kan gbogbo ya kwa e. Kanu bo pa ka e. Kani ambo yi ma. Boko. Rakira ye wa tero. Odo rano mo bora. Tàbí àná ìwà wẹ́rà. Àpò tí àwọn akọ̀ǹgọ̀ mọ̀ nù ilẹ̀ bàbá. Làbí àṣẹ ní ìwà wẹ̀yẹ. Yàbẹ̀ yà kó títà. Something zota. Nùbẹ̀bẹ̀ yà ṣe à. Ní ọgọ́ ọmọdún ẹ̀ bàbá. Wapa yi wonga wapo wa no senu eme yi fokale yi mwe babo nuile Congo wa Congo yi dogo aye
ke kwalo ka kwasna to e ya wa sona se o kwalo ka we ya wa Congo ke kwalo ka o kwalo ka we wa se te ke we ya wa Congo le nu pa yo Zuzule Zuzugbe tie abi ekun e ti àwọn Congo inu re we la bi ana me pa ke nu e ya o ya wa Congo baba we ko nyere gbe o ya ko se do mi ne ko we aka o walu aka re kwa se pe ke o Ao ti àwọn Congo lẹ́nu tayo. Griwe tanwe. Ayaya asai. Ti àwọn Congo ko tan ko na me kekere be. Walu aka o. Ti àwọn Congo ba te ba nera o. Ha pona me no walu aka we. Me la bi ami no walu aka we. Congo kwalo aka o. Se ti àwọn Congo lẹ́nu pa kwale. Mi la bi ami anu kwa sekun we. Kwa sekun akamo ke kwa tan mesan. Zuzugbe tie kwalo aka o. Ya o Emi be flu. Da ga na ke ide da ke. Kwalo aka o Ya o Se ti àwọn Congo lẹ́nu pa yo Ti a o
Giving S. Dolo, Nima musicien promoteur. Et wa bongo. Nima so yamane. Apate wa bongo wa no bone. Te wa bongo bone. Ye ka se ne woman. Ye ka Eli Johnson yi kan. Wa wo se ne wa. Ya. Bongo ko ta go. Baba no again. La piapa no again. Afa mo so ralo kwa no again. Ta ye you ase. Ni ma la ye you we. Afa ni ma no se kwa wa. What big be say?
One game.
Councillor Tiawan S. Conglo is here for 2023 presidential election.
Are you Lady Records? Sweet Sound.
Mi dane wale, sensei konege no man. Mi dane wale, sensei. Kuna mewe mi dane wale, sensei konege no man. Mi ale kane we rato kanu legese, sensei konege no man. Patola ke, sensei. Wase kwala bakela we nyone, sensei konege. Mi dane wale, sensei. Kuna mewe mi dane wale, mi ale kane we rato kanu legese, sensei. Councillor Tiawan is here to reflect our man on Liberia. Liberia is 174 years old, but remains backward and underdeveloped in absolute terms and also in comparison to other African countries that are in fact much younger. Mi ale kane we da to kanu legese sensei konege no man si ya ero sensei na bia wa mi to apega o wa sensei wa no ma ke awe ke ba lo aka ke kwa presa ka o mi to no e kwa me we mi to no mi ale kane we da to kanu legese o mi to no o Councillor Tiawan S. Conglo is a Liberian. He was born 1956, August 6, in Liberia. Mima candidate to be specific place of number 9. The councillor is married with 3 children. Me don't know. Me don't know. Fellow listener, if you are from Grand Chile County, Lofa County, Apolu, Magibi, and all other counties within Liberia, this is a poor man lawyer. He's down to help us. He loves human being.
One game.
Me don't know.
Inyo la bidanyo onja be podi ebo ajukaro demo Councillor S. Tiawan Conglo alamoge Obrobi, kede aro jebe bo chenge, tuyare oni nyu bro, tuyare ni nyu prapo sonson. So la bilanyo we, ama tire bage bo point, be appoint bo bage Councillor S. Conglo de po, se pole wa di place to bro de ni, ama kabe jo bro de ye, bro de say ma do de ni, so ma ti baga de po, ona di o ama du, ni brenju, deji, yo jaro di bangrenju wo, yo jaro di brenju. Councillor S. Tiawan Conglo, Anatio Abia ga blessing you. Kede aro ke bo chenya ke o. Yo jaro ni brenju sonson. Need you money you can need you money you. Anatio Councillor S. Conglo anita. Enye a blessing anila bidanyo. Anati mo ja je na je o no ka blo nya ga na je o no ka blo mu na je o ni so le bomba ka se na e no blo na dio hana dio ya ke bleo ya ke dio ya ble idiema ama bi ba ka mo anyo ka se na ti awon s no blo ni
Amin. Nyo klebe okram dubliye. Atubazwe. Nyo nese yiko. Abi nyo nese yiko. Awo nyo nese yiko. Abi nyo nese yiko. Nyo nese yiko. Abi nyo nese yiko. Ti awana yo. Ti awana konglo na yo. La bien yo metamana yo. Nyone seyiko. Abriyo nyone seyiko. Ire mune. Moire. Awo abriyo. Te won konglo nanji. Kaine. Anyi pepe o. Anyi ase wole.
Me doane kalo. Kano le gaze. Libekate me doane kalo. Ao Pialico Saka O koneka komera Tia mwa kongro Amayimo Wasa Yago no vabiasi Laruku Su Medwana galo La prime no medwana galo Lo bakate medwana galo Bakate medwana galo Osoralo medwana galo
Mi dame Ekona mewe mi dono. Nyere gane we la to kanu negise. Pasengwa lo bakeyo. Ke balo ti awon lega o. Ti awon kan glola no pe papi o mebe. Ere mi dono yo. Ne yere kan se o ye kenke o. Bi ma se were. Marungabio, Makanga Soko, Kanabarati, I want to go.
Why we were Makanya? Why we were Madene? Why we were Makanya? Why we were? Why we Makanya? Why Papele? Dini Choma Bear, why I woolly? When go to Net Kayanani, I la woolly Dialelo. Ah, Mobo Mawli, what back Adina, where I'm not going to Diana, Nani Mala and Dialelo, Dini Choma Bear, why woolly go back at Aledonia? When go to Net Kayan, Dini why we were. Why we were Makanya? Why we were Madene? Why we were Makanya? Why we were Kugele Kulomeli, Kugele, Nay, Kugele Kulomeli, Kugele, Semena Jawobe, La Pura Nogle, Kapabuto, Cancela Pulu. Cancela Congolo Pulu. Nega Nanu Gaba, Nana Nenu Gaba, Unangati Kapahu Pomantepo, Kapahu Pomantepo, Manaeli, La Grande Kapabuto, Cancela Congolo Pulu, Manae Pomantege, La Grande Kulomeli, Agugele, Nay. Kugele Kulomeli, Agugele. Kosensei Konegenume, Kosensei. Kosensei Konegenume, Kosensei.
I want Liberian Rooster, one of four players. I want Liberian Rooster, got one of four players. I want Liberian people, we choose success. I want Liberian people, we choose success.
Our Liberian people, we choose success. Our Liberian people, we choose success. Wherever you play, wherever you go, the Liberian people, we choose victory, victory, victory. Looks like a first 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 victory. Kaya pepe, kaya pepe, kaya pepe, kaya pepe, kaya pepe, kaya pepe, kaya pepe. Matchabaraboni champion. Matchabaraboni champion. Matchabaraboni champion. Matchabaraboni champion. Please play more soccer to be a triple champion. I play more soccer, please play more soccer to be a triple champion. I play more soccer, please play more soccer to be a triple champion.
Shine yellow boys, shine yellow boys, shine yellow boys, shine yellow boys, shine yellow boys. Yellow boys.
When we go on and I got my signal when soccer got to other Liberian Darling Club, yeah. Liberian Golden Boys, yeah. Liberian Golden Boys, yeah. Liberian Yellow Boys.
If you are listening to this music and you are from the CDC, especially President George Weah, if you're listening to this music, this is the music of unity. When you used to go on the football field, this was the music being played for unity of all of the teams that came together. Where is the unity today? Have you forgotten those places, the poor people that you were affiliating with, the slum in which you came from? How dare you bring lots of drugs within a country? Get the poor boys when you're supposed to be promoting them today. They are all drugs addict. Can we trust you with this nation anymore? Of course not. That's why the Liberian People's Party are here. And the music is saying the Liberian people must win. The Liberian People's Party. Today we have our second launching of the Liberian People's Party fundraiser to take Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo to the presidency. We have with us, we are back onto the stage, we have with us prominent member of the Liberian People's Party that are here to defend, to talk at this time. This is the time to talk politics. This is no more time to wait. It is time that you must leave, young man. You have not done what you're supposed to do. As the Liberian people entrusted with you their country, the only one star of, now if you been into the classroom, in 6th grade, we used to hear from our history book written by Joseph Seguano. The one star stand for the then dark continent of Africa. We were the only shining star. Are we still the only shining star? You gotta go, Mr. Weah. You gotta go. Now let's listen to the Liberian. Let me record it. Guys, I know you are getting ready. Get set within the next 2 minutes. You're going to be here. It's after the 28th, after 3:28. We want you to come back on show so that we can move on with our fundraiser. If you want to call on this show, the number to call are 215-571-5236 or 763-3219427. Let's listen to this music for 2 minutes and we'll be here.
Go, 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 go. Now we are go. Devils are crying, no. Market women are crying, no. Now we are go. We tire, now we are go.
Innocent people are dying, yo. The students are taking home. Now we are go. We tire, oh. Now we are go. Now we are go. Now we are go. Now we are go. We tire, oh. Now we are go. Now we are go. Now we are go. We tire, oh. Now we are go. Yeah, now we are go. We tire, oh. Now we are go. Hey, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Whoa, whoa. Now we are go.
All right, Mr. Chair, we are back, and the Liberian people are watching us, and I know the Liberian people have so much confidence in us. 1991 or 1990 October, when Doodle Ball was flying all over Monrovia, we can hear that word Doodle Ball. When the interim government was set up. By 1991, Dr. Amos Sawyer opens the University of Liberia. I mean, he began to clean up into the place, and after some time, the University of Liberia was opened. That took me from in the bush to come back because it was time to go to school. Can we have those kind of situations today? We can't have that because someone does not have time for school. Is that the kind of leadership we want? Of course, that's not the kind of leadership we want. Dr. Doe, you are back. And the Liberian people want to listen to the Liberian people's party. It is a full blast today. We're going to be here up to tonight. We are here making all the sacrifice for our people, and we know that power belongs to the Liberian people. And those who will spearhead the party, those who will spearhead the power, those who will lead our Liberian people, the right party is the Liberian People's Party. Because we have in place the 10-point agenda. Of course, we are raising funds. All of that is included because we have to tell the people why we want the money for. You can't just come and say, give me money, and you cannot justify what you want the money for. Yes, indeed, we have forefront. In the forefront, we say for pool washers. But let's look at if the pool washers man the polling station, your vote will be protected. When the vote is protected, your candidate wins. When your candidate wins, what is the next? That is what the Liberian people need. Good education, good health facilities, job for people to put bread on the table for their children, cleanliness. If Liberia was founded on based on Christian principle, cleanliness is next to God. But as you can see, the entire city is filthy. Talk to our people, how they can make the donation, Dr. Doe, and why are we here all of this time? What's the kind of love can they show to us? Can they show to our candidate to become president for the Republic of Liberia tomorrow? Dr. Doe.
Once again, thank you, Comrade Zoga, for really steering this thing and the platform. Again, we happy to be back to interact with our people out there in Facebook land and in YouTube land, as well as our people all over the world. This is fundraising is not something that LPP typically does, but much has changed in Liberia. So, it's the new trend. We have to do something to raise money to support the campaign on the ground. As you heard, our primary goal is to raise sufficient money, close to $20,000, that we're going to use to firstly recruit, secondly to train, thirdly to pay poll watchers. Poll watchers, we've said it over and over, are the protectors of your vote. If you don't have poll watchers manning all the polling stations, there's no guarantee that the final results or outcome of the elections will be free. I mean, will be fair and transparent. So that is why we are appealing to you to really come out and support us and give your support financially. We also said that whatever moral support you give us, we'll accept those. If you promote our candidates, if you encourage your family at home, your relatives, friends at home to vote right, to vote for Councillor Gonglo and Dr. Yakbawuro, you will also be doing your job. Voting is a civic responsibility. Nobody really has to force you, but it's that responsibility that is conferred on you as a citizen. Citizens have rights as well as responsibilities. If you don't participate in these elections, if you don't come out to vote, don't lament on the outcome of the elections. Because I know typically people, they want a lot of things to happen. But if you don't engage in the process to ensure that the outcome of the elections at least go the way you want it, then you have yourself to blame. These elections that are coming up in 2023, October 10, is very, very important, my people. It can be overemphasized. Too many things are happening in Liberia. You heard in our last section that people are disappearing, mysterious deaths. So many people have died in that country that cannot be accounted for. Bogus investigations have been done, and we have not heard the outcome. No one has been arrested and sent to jail. 4 or 5 auditors died. Several other people disappeared mysteriously, not only in Monrovia, but throughout the country. This the kind of country we want? I don't think so. We mentioned that too many drugs have entered the country that's destroying the young people of that country that's supposed to be the future generation of Liberia. People are dying, the young kids are dying from drugs. I mean, the worst kind of drugs that they've ever seen within Liberia. It's not the typical drug about, marijuana. But this new drug is called Kush. They say it's a mixture of all kinds of things. And once that thing gets into the system of a young person, or any older person for that matter, they're greatly destroyed. It damages their lungs, their brains, what have you. That's not the kind of country we want in the next 6 years, where the government is just totally silent on these issues. We don't hear a word from the government spokesperson, or even the president to empathize. You wonder sometimes, where is the conscience or the heart of our leaders today? That something grave as the kids on the street butting their head against a pole and dying, or 4 or 5-year-old young girls, young children are being raped, and nothing is being said. Nothing comes from our national leadership, from the president down to the lawmakers. Nobody says anything. We can't continue to have a country that's continues like this, that runs like this. Something has to change, and that change really, we think, can happen. We can change that kind of story by electing good, honest leaders. LPP have two of the best. Councillor Tiawan Se Gonglo and Dr. Emmanuel Yuri Yakpawuro, two of the best in that country. They have a record. Gonglo has a solid record that everybody knows. So we're urging our people, don't sit home, don't be cynical that nothing is going to happen. Let's change the story of Liberia. Come out and vote. Vote for Gonglo and Yakpawuro, so we can change the story, the vicious, everlasting, negative story about that country, and put it on a new path. That path will be having leaders that have a conscience, that not only empathizing with the conditions of the country, but going out to really do something about it. We need to fix our educational system. There are more kids, it's almost more children selling on the street, in the Willa market and all kind of small selling that they're doing just to help their family rather than be in school. We can't talk about future generation, when that generation is struggling to survive, to help their parents survive. They're on the street, 8, 9, 10 years old kids on the street selling with a market. We want to change that story. Education is the foundation for any future development in Liberia. If we're not preparing the young people of today to assume leadership of that country tomorrow, then the country is in a mess. It's in a mess. More children failing every day in school because they're not consistently in school and they're not learning anything. They're not learning anything. That's why Councillor Gonglo wants to make education truly free and fair. Truly free and fair. Where a kid will go to school and don't have to worry about, whether or not they're going to learn whether or not they're going to have a teacher in the classroom teaching them. They don't have to worry about that. Whether or not they will have a copybook to write on. They don't have to worry about that. Whether or not pens and papers will be there for them. They don't have to worry about that. And one of the revolutionary things Councillor Gonglo wants to do is to introduce feeding programs into the schools. Because if a child leaves home and they have not even had a meal and go to school, how are they going to learn anything? Sitting in a classroom for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. So we want to have a feeding program that will feed the kids when they go to school. They can have a good breakfast or lunch so that the brain can be so wide open and fresh and they can learn whatever is being taught by their teachers. We want to have an education system that will affect all of our people in the rural areas. In the rural areas as well. That's why Gonglo is saying that we need free and fair education. And we need good teachers. Teachers are not being paid adequately. So many people are leaving the teaching profession. That's supposed to be a noble profession. I recall for some of us who are getting older, yes, when we were in school, we went to school. We knew we had a teacher in there that really connected with us as young people. There were even times where students were being fed in the government schools. You no longer see that. And then that has been non-existent, not only under this current regime, but in past regime. And that's something I want to talk about a little bit. The problems in Liberia, has been made worse by this current regime. But we have to be honest and factual. The problem really has existed since the country transitioned to post-war peace. Almost 17, 20. In fact, I think it was yesterday that the country celebrated 20 years of peace. But what kind of significant progress have we made in the area of education, in the area of health, in the area of road development, in the area of food security? I mean, those are the four fundamentals, the four legs upon which every country should be built. If you look at post-war reconstruction in Liberia, both of the past and present regime has to be held accountable. We're happy that peace continues to prevail in Liberia, but that peace we have in Liberia is very weak. You know, people will say, big book people will say, the peace is fragile. It's not on solid foundations, because all of the economic indicators, all of the social indicators are not looking good for Liberia. Liberia was recently placed on a food emergency list. Food emergency list, meaning that many households in the country are food insecure. You know, our people are no longer farming. You know, there are reports that Liberia has spent close to $11 million just to import rice in the country. And now those countries that usually supply us with food, like India, Pakistan, Vietnam, and a few of those Asian countries that have transformed their own economies, are saying that they no longer will be in a position to sell us rice, our staple food. So that's a serious concern, because there's no real farming or agriculture development taking place in the country. Our people are insecure when it comes to food, to rice. There's serious rice insecurity. I mean, people get up in the morning, they don't even know where their next meal is coming from. This is what international organizations like the United Nations and its agency, Food and Agriculture Organization, is reporting. The fact is there. The record is there. You know, these are not manufactured stories that are being made up at all. You know, the country is lagging behind when it comes to producing its own food. I heard a report, I haven't been able to verify it, that the country imports $7 million worth of pepper, I think from neighboring Guinea or Ivory Coast. I have not verified, but I've heard this. Many people have pointed that out. So we can't continue like this, having a food crisis, having a drug crisis, having a rape crisis, you know, having bad roads in the country, having a health crisis. You know, the infant mortality rate in the country is equally bad. It's equally bad. Children are dying before they even reach the age of 5 years old. The maternal mortality rate, many women who are pregnant and they go to the hospital, you know, never sometimes sees it through, never survives. We have to change this. That's why Councillor Gonglo is saying the other thing he would do, especially in the area of health, is to make sure that health is provided to all pregnant women, our mothers, our sisters, our aunts. And he will ensure that free health is also provided to all kids up to the age of 5 years of age. And this is something he's truly committed to. You know, and that's the way of solving the health crisis, of solving the educational crisis in the country. Many people ask, but where are you going to get money from? Where is he going to get money from to do all this? My friends, money is in Liberia. Money is in Liberia, but that money is circulating in the hands of a few people, corrupt, thieving, wicked individuals who are not doing anything to use the country's resources in the interest of the masses of the people to improve their material conditions. All they're doing is converting that money into their personal use. You can see what they're doing around Liberia there, building mansions, you know, engaging in all kinds of malpractices. You know, there are even reports that they're building in other countries, you know, stashing their stolen wealth away in other countries and what have you. We can continue to have a country like this. It has to change. And one of the things Councillor Gonglo intends to do once he assumes power in the first 100 days, he's going to put together a commission that will review all past and present audit reports from past and present regimes. And once that committee comes out with its findings and recommendations that suggest that monies were stolen, individuals who worked in government stole the Liberian people money, you can be assured that those individuals will be prosecuted. And a lot of them will go to jail, their properties will be confiscated and turned over to the people of Liberia. They will go, by using the law, he's going to go after wherever that wealth has been stashed away to ensure that the wealth will be retrieved and returned to the people. That's a promise he's made to the Liberian people. And you can be assured he will fulfill that promise. And, the other thing he intends to do to put a halt to the corruption or control it is that anyone who works in the government in strategic government ministerial positions, managerial positions, directorship, they will be subject to what he calls lifestyle audits. Every 3 months, an audit process will be carried out. The GSC, the Supreme Government Audit Commission, will put in place mechanisms that will audit all government officials. If you're heading a particular ministry or agency, within a period of 3 months, they see your entire lifestyle has changed, you're building a mansion, you can be assured you will be audited to show where you've gotten that extra money from to build your $1 million or $2 million mansion, to buy a Mercedes cars, and what have you. So these are the steps. Gonglo is not talking about, he's the only one that has published. He has published the ways in which he's got a prescription that he's going to use to fight corruption, because corruption is the evil that lies at the bottom of all of the malgovernance that have been taking place in the country. So he's going to fight that. He's going to fight that aggressively. It will be a tough fight, because those who have stolen will also put up a fight. So we have to brace ourselves and be prepared for this. But he's going to fight that fight. That's the promise he's making to Liberian people, that our stolen wealth must be retrieved. It must be retrieved and used in the interest of our people. So my friends, my dear brothers and sisters, that's why we're reaching out to you. We can't wait until October 10 before we begin to take action. You need to empower yourselves now. Connect with the Liberian People's Party. Connect with Councillor Gonglo. And let's see what can be done. Let's raise money. Now we're going up against a regime that is illegally using state resources, your own money, to run the campaign. You go to Maroya right now, all over the place, they have plastered the billboards. They've put up the flyers. It's like no other political party exists. They have just covered the entire country. How so? Where are they getting money from to do all these things? It's your money. They're giving no other political party a chance to even put up a billboard or put up a flyer, or put up a poster. They're all over the place, trying to fool our people that they have done so well. And if you look at the record, there's not much there to show that for the last 6 years in terms of improving the conditions of our people. So please, we're reaching out to you wherever you are. If you're here in the United States, some of you have made a commitment to make a donation to our fundraiser. Please make do on that now and make it a reality. Go to our Cash app. and use our Cash App information and make your donation. You can go to our Zelle, our contact as well, use that information to make your donation. And of course, you can go to Wells Fargo, and make your donation in our account there at Wells Fargo. As I said, any dollar counts right now because that money will be used for a purpose.
Thank you so much.
Elections are made free and fair. So again, I want to thank you. I don't know if Zoga is there now. I can turn it over to Zoga, but I could go on and on. I could go on and on. This country has to change come 2020, come October 10th. This government has failed the Liberian people miserably. This is a failed government, a failed regime in every area, every sector of our national life. They have failed. They've been the worst so far. The worst so far. Yeah, they inherited problems, failures from previous regimes. And of course, this problem goes all the way, a historical problem where the wealth of the country has never been used in the interest of the people. But this government has done the worst on every major socioeconomic indicator, educational, healthful, maternal mortality rate, or infant mortality rate, or the number of children graduating from high school, and so forth and so on, from elementary school, from junior high school. They have failed. It's a failed government that should not be rewarded. They should never come closer to the presidency of Liberia. You gave them that trust 6 years ago, believing that they would have brought the kind of change that was needed in that country. But see where we are today. A poor boy like we are from the slums of Gibraltar. The masses of the people believe in him because they thought he was a reflection of them, that he understood their problems. But now it's clear that he really never had the people at heart. He had himself at heart, not the country and its people. I mean, to go around beating drums, the man have the country at heart. He came from the slums of Gibraltar, Claratown. I know that area very well. I have a lot of people, my family people, some of them who live in those neighborhoods. I'm a product of New Town. I know about poverty. I know how our people lived. So, I mean, this guy was just a fraud, a complete fraud. He used the goodwill of our people to basically plunge our people into deeper poverty. And I hope our people learn a hard lesson this time around. Never reward him. He should never come close to the presidency anymore. He and his cliques and his cronies should never at all come close to the presidency. Let's vote him out and let him go. Let him just get out of the way and go wherever he goes. If indeed he will get to go. Because he will be audited. His regime will be audited. And as we said, Gonglo is committed to ensuring that any money stolen that cannot be accounted for will have to be accounted for. So my people, please, we need your help. Let's make this happen. Let's not continue on this path. Let's make it happen. Let's change the story of Liberia, to something very different. We want good schools, we want good roads, very good hospitals and clinics. After 176 years, it's a shame. It's very shameful that Liberia, the oldest independent Black republic, African republic, it still has gone further behind when it comes to development. That has to change. That has to change. Let's lay the foundation at least for the next generation. That child who is 6 years old today, let's lay that foundation for them. that child, that young boy or girl who is 17 years old, preparing to jump into the next stage of life. Let's lay that foundation for them. Let's make our country better for the young people, the older folks who are getting older by the day. Let's make it better for them. Let's make it possible that our mothers, our sisters, our aunts who have to go to the hospital to give birth to life, let's make it better for them so they don't go to the hospital to die. And the infant child dies following them or before them. Let's make it better for them. And only Councillor Gonglo really is prepared to change that story. So your contribution, a donation you're going to give us today, tomorrow, well through and beyond October, you can be assured that it will be used for the right purpose. We're pleading with you. We're reaching out to you. Please help us. Please help us. I will pause there and turn over to Zoga if he's there, or my colleague, if they're there. Yeah. Zoga there?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doe, for that extensive. I don't know what's the feedback we have. I'm not sure.
I think you're breaking there. It's not too clear.
Hello? Are you getting me now?
Yeah, not clearly.
Okay. I'm not sure where this song is coming from. Well, I can tell. Oh, thank you, Dr. Doe. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to leave this and see where the problem is. But there's an echo. And I don't know where that comes from. So let me leave this and come right back. I'm going to leave the station. Hello. Test 1, test 2. Okay, can everyone leave and come back? Hello, are you hearing me? Is everyone hearing me?
Yes, Kamara, I can hear you.
All right. Okay, very good. I think I can't hear the echo anymore. All right, thank you, Dr. Doe, for that. Exclusive and complete assault on issues in our country. Folks, if you listen to us via Facebook and YouTube, we coming to you through the courtesy of the Broom Talk Show. And tonight, this evening, and it is a night now in our country, in Liberia, we are raising funds for the election of Councillor Tiawanse Gonglo and Emmanuel Ure Iyapango. Our fundraiser, twofold. Today is the second round of the fundraiser. And on the 26th, there will be a major fundraiser. We've been talking about that. We have with us here the leader of the August 26, 2023 fundraiser, When the vice presidential candidate, Dr. Emmanuel Ure Yakpalu, will be here. Mr. Moneyberg, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. We know you are in Minnesota, and you are one of the hard-working guy with this Gonglos thing, the Liberian People's Party as well. And we just want to get a little word from you uh, about the fundraiser. What are those things that we need to do when we're about to come to the program? Uh, how deep must our pocket be, or how short it should be if it is not deep, or if it is deep, how much must it be? 6 inches, or it should be like maybe 3.5 inches? Tell us a little bit about the fundraiser on the 26th. I seem as though that you are muted, sir. We can hear you. We are not hearing you. There's something going on. You were not muted. We can't hear you. We're not hearing you. Are you people hearing Mr. Moneyberg? He's not muted,
No.
but I don't know what's
No.
I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, he's not muted, but I don't know what.
Next week.
Mr. Money.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's on now.
Hello?
Right. Yeah, hello, sir.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you now. You got to start over if you started saying something.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. And I was just saying, our pockets. I expect our pockets to be very deep, and the same way our pockets were deep when the Standard Bearer came here, Mr. Kankasoro Temon Gonglo. The same reception we gave him at the time he was here for the fundraising is what we expect also to give our honorable VP, because this is the first fundraiser for him in Minnesota. So all mechanisms have been put in place. The hall where the program will be held have been already engaged, and he'll be arriving on the 24th of next month, which is next week Thursday, in the evening. And I will have to go in and pick him up and take him at the hotel. The first thing after I pick him up, we have to have, assuming that he need lunch, so we'll have to take him to one of the best restaurants in Minnesota to have lunch with him. Then after the lunch, he'll be proceeding to his destination, where he will go and rest himself, and maybe if you have the time, talk to people. Then on Friday in the evening, of course, would be the meet and greet. That is next week Friday, which is the 25th of this month. Will be the meet and greet, and then it starts from 5 o'clock p.m. to any hour you want to leave. So could you imagine the place is being booked all day? So on the Saturday is the main event, which is the fundraising program. It also starts at the same place where we'll have the meet and greet. That's the same place we'll have the fundraiser. It starts the same time from 5 to any time you want to leave. So one of the protocol that we're using is that we want everyone to be in our t-shirts on Friday. During the meet and greet program, we want people to wear the t-shirts. And then so when I have the t-shirts here, we'll be making an announcement for the t-shirts. The t-shirts are available. Those that are coming to the meet and greet, you can contact me, and I put all the information in our chat room, so, or you can, you can contact even any of the group, LPP, we are from LPP, this is LPP Minnesota, and then we'll have the other section of LPP that have also t-shirts. So any of the groups, you can contact them if you want to buy the t-shirts. You pay through the Cash App, and then you get to us, and we'll give you your t-shirt. And we're in Minnesota, and you come to the program on Friday with a t-shirt. So the t-shirts, those that live in Minnesota, will be $20, as we said. So $20 per t-shirt. So once you get it, you give us your size, we deliver it to you. And then those that live out of state, of course, because of postage fee, is going to be $35. So if you're not even coming, that's another way of supporting the program by getting your t-shirts. So all these things are being said, and then we're working on it. and things are in place, as I said. So we only expect the people who should be there to be there on the next week, Friday and Saturday. That's what we expect. And so flyers have been sent out on through electronics means, and also we urging friends to electronically to send the flyers. And this is the flyer. So we've been sending flyers through electronics means, and so we're asking friends to also use the electronic means to also send the flyers to their friends, encouraging them to come to the program. And when you send the flyers, tell them that on Friday we should be in our t-shirts, and then tell them t-shirts are available. As I said, they should make sure they get some. And then once you buy your t-shirt and you come into the program, it's not all. So because Friday will be meet and greet, as I said. So when you come to the Friday's program, it's all about knowing the VP. Who is this kind of man that Councilor Gonglo appointed? What is his character? I want to know much about him. Instead of hearing people say the mayor is that, the mayor is that. So you physically going to interact with our VP and ask him whatever question you want to ask, his family background, whatever thing you want to know about him. So we urge you to come and ask him instead of saying they say, oh, they say the mayor is this, or I heard, or some people say. We don't want some people say, oh, I heard that the VP is this, or some people say he's this, some people say he's that. So come there. The man who is going to be the VP for your country, because LPP believe that we're putting out the best, So since we're putting out the best, we urge you not to sit in the corner and presume and just say, oh, I think, or people say. Come and see the kind of character that LPP putting out. Interact with him. Ask him as many questions that you want to ask him. Whatever you want to ask him, he's down to earth. You'll be able to explain to you. Whatever you don't understand that you want to know about him, this is the opportunity for you to come and ask him questions directly. Because I won't be able to explain anything much about him besides himself explaining about what you need to know. So I always told people, go to him on Friday at the program, then you ask him all your questions that you want to ask him. So we're urging the public, even if you're not in LPP, once you believe in good governance and you want your country to be delivered from the
Yes. Once you want your country to be delivered from the hands of a bad leadership, whether or not you are the member of the Liberian People's Party, you must support the truth. There is something we call the law of buoyancy. Those of you who were in those classes, so science classes. What does the law say? If you took a balloon and throw that on a river or on a stuff, okay, we get him back.
Oh, did you get me?
Yes, we were not getting you, so that's what I came in. So
okay, let me repeat what I said because it's very important. Sorry for that. So what I was saying was LPP believes that we put in the best candidate, the best VP for our country, and to regain its status. Now we all do know that we lost contact with the international community. When it comes to governance and good governance in Liberia, we don't have investors in our country anymore. This is a fact. We have people headed scattered in the streets, and poverty rate is increasing. So this is the reason why we try to bring in LPP is trying to bring in people that will minimize corruption in Liberia, if possible, stop corruption in Liberia, so that the poor people can feed the country. Because you're just in the country, you're not feeling that you're in a country because you are poor. Because poverty will make you to feel like nothing, belittled. So we're trying to eradicate that, by stopping corruption, so that the crumbs, can get to the rest of the people to also taste, so they can feel Liberia is a country. So this is why we're putting out the best candidates. Councilor Gonglo is one of the best among all the candidates when it comes to the presidency. And then our VP, Dr. Yuri Yapaklo, is we can consider him as the best also. So that's what I was saying initially. We call it on everyone, whether you're LPP member or not. This man who you believe in, you've been hearing about, Apparently, you've been hearing about the VP. You've been, watching him on social media. People have been saying things about him. So this is the opportunity for you to come and hear from the house's mouth. Instead of saying, "Oh, they say the VP is that," they say he's that. Come Friday. This coming Friday, it's a time for you to interact with him one-on-one and ask him all your questions. You can have somebody, who you want to be vice president of your country, and lay on the say. Oh, they say the VP is that. They say he Pele. They say he this. They say, oh, I heard somebody saying no. We want to stop that. I heard somebody saying they say. So please come on Friday. He's going to be there. Ask all your questions. And we're also encouraging you to wear the t-shirts because on that Friday, we want to support him by welcome him by wearing the t-shirts. Say, Mr. VP, welcome. So the t-shirts will be on us on that Friday next week to welcome him. And I said, those that live in Minnesota, the t-shirt is $20, and those that live out of state is going to be $35 because of postage fee. So if you're listening to me and you want to ask why is it $35 for those that live out of state, because of the postage fee. Because when you post it in the post office, have to charge you not less than $10 for the posting. So that's how we added the $10. And actually, it's the same $25. So that's what I was trying to say. So if and I said everything is in place. So besides your t-shirt money, whenever you buy t-shirt, it doesn't mean that that's all your contribution you have to make for the program. The actual fundraiser is on Saturday, which is the next day. That's whenever God put on your heart to contribute, because our target is big. We're looking around 15 to 20,000. So if wherever God put on your heart to give on that Saturday is what you're going to give. So Saturday you're going to dress in your ordinary clothes. You want to wear your kutsu. You want to wear anything you want to wear on Saturday that evening. That's what you will wear. On Friday is the t-shirt. Saturday night, like, put in your pocket. Like my brother said, how deep is our pocket should be. So Saturday is where we're expecting the deep pocket. All our money will be paid on the cash app. So we're asking the public to please come help, our fundraising program. So, I mean, if I not say anything that you want to know about, you can ask me. Maybe I'm not perfect. Maybe I have, maybe you don't understand something. So go ahead and ask me. I'll be able to answer it. Maybe I'll be able to retrospect on things that I forgot once you ask me the questions. So thank you very much. I rest here for now.
Yes, Mr. Million Boy.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Million Boy, you don't have a size or t-shirt for me.
How can you say that?
Oh,
but you said that. You want 3X?
Yeah, I want 3X, but you brought Ruby Warrior, you brought only X, medium, and small.
Oh, okay.
I need 3X. The last time I got 3X for you.
Oh yeah, if that happens, I will apologize because LPP is a party of principles. So when things are given to you, you follow it exactly how it's given to you. So the size of the t-shirts will just text to us, and then we forward exactly without adding or subtracting all those sizes of the 100 t-shirts to the printer. So the printer follow exactly the sizes. That's how those t-shirts were printed. So we're sorry if there was an oversight and they didn't put your 3X. You can still wear 2X, man. It can fit you because the 2X is big.
Sorry, you don't even have 2S. You don't even have 2S.
Yeah, 2X is there.
No 2S.
I think there's 2X, but I think there's no 3X. But I think
the t-shirt man, bro, you have no 2X.
Okay, but what happened is that what Ruby has is the same thing I have. So because we sorted them out. So because Ruby got 50 t-shirts and I got 50 t-shirts. So all the sorting was done equally. So wherever you don't see with Ruby, then me, I don't have it. That's what I'm trying to say. I will apologize if we don't have your size, because once you don't see what Ruby means, I don't also have it. But you can also contribute by buying a t-shirt and giving it to somebody.
Let me get this.
But let's
Moneybird.
Yeah.
Moneybird. Go ahead, Comrade Charles.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does the size of the t-shirt cost Is there any difference? Like 3x will cost more?
No, nothing costs more. It's the same. But what I'm just telling you that before the t-shirts were printed, I just said it. All the sizes were given. They were sent. I asked for the
No,
sizes.
yeah, I understand that. I don't want you
So
to.
the printer used the sizes to print the 100 t-shirts.
Whenever I understand that, I don't want you to repeat yourself.
Uh-huh.
The answer, the answer is no, and I like the way you put it. I mean, I'm buying 6 t-shirts. It's not because I'm going to wear 6.
Uh-huh.
Like you say, it's for fundraiser.
Yeah.
So I probably would have bought 1 or 2, but I bought 6 just to, you know, give it out to,
To
to
people,
people.
yeah. That
Yeah,
is good. Good of you.
in a way. So
Yeah.
one of the questions I have was, is I think Ruby, I explained this, but I'm not sure if I got it. You have here tickets out state is $50. Ticket in Minnesota is $20. Why is the difference $30?
Yeah, that was a proposal that came from the meeting and then was accepted by the people in the meeting that that tickets entrance, the entrance, that is the $20 for the entrance. If I haven't printed the tickets yet, but the ticket, if it will be printed between tomorrow and Monday, entrance there will be on Saturday will be $20 for those that live in Minnesota. Once you're not coming here and then you live out of state, because you're not coming, you pay $50, as also contributing $50 plus your t-shirt, as your contribution, the initial contribution towards the fundraising. That was a suggestion from the meeting. So that's why it's like that.
Okay, so,
Entrance to
so if I,
Minnesota.
yeah, okay,
Huh?
if I were to send $50, then you're going to mail a t-shirt to me.
If you send $50 plus the t-shirt is $35, including postage fee. So when you send 35 plus 50, will embed a ticket plus the t-shirt in that envelope to send to you. So the $50 is that you just contributing
Okay.
is your
So let me
initial contribution to the fundraiser.
interrupt a little bit, guys. We're gonna discuss this. We're gonna discuss this offline
Okay,
about that.
yeah,
But
yeah,
let's see.
exactly. So I'm sorry
Yeah.
for
So let's
bringing
see
that
how
up.
we can. Let's see how we can do our complete a promotion of the
Right.
fundraiser. We are here for the second round, but thank you so much, Mr. Moneyberg, for all of the hard work and the promotion. Folks, if you are listening to us, please share this program. Share it all over to those that you are friends with. It is personally on Facebook. It's personally also on YouTube. We are raising funds on the 19th, which is today, and we will come back here for the for another Saturday, two Saturday, the second Saturday from here, because we're going to be doing this every other Saturday. But for the VP, we're going to come back here again, probably 2 days before his arrival. We want you to help us to support this candidate, to support these two gentlemen. Like my comrade said, like Moneybird said, if you want good government, Nat, if you want good government, you support us. Let me not take up the time. Let's go back to the people who are so much an expert in the fundraising, talking to those who they have talked to, they have sent letters to. I want you to make a appeal. Continue to talk to them. Somebody's going to come in. The number to call, if you want to call before we go, if you want to call, the number you're going to call, you're watching us on Facebook and on YouTube, the number to call right now is the numbers are 215 571 5236. Or you want to call 763 All right, sorry. 763-321-9427. Again, 763-321-9427 or 215-571-5236. Let's go back to the team and let them continue to give us what you have to give us. maybe at this time, maybe we may want to go to Dr. Roberts. He just came in. Whatever you have to say, Dr. Roberts, you can go right ahead. Let's see where it's moving.
Yes.
Yes, guys.
Oh, I was saying yes for him to come in.
Oh.
Roberts, are you there?
I was
Okay.
going to go backstage to call our people again, or we just going to be here. We will take another break for like an hour
No, I think he's
and
there
reinform
now. I
them.
can see
Yes.
him. He's there. Oh, he's gone again.
Because some of them told us that they were going to call back, and I know we need to leave and call them and come back. I don't know. So we're gonna make the suggestion.
So you're talking about Roberts and Moses Bankwana?
No, I'm talking about there are lots of our people that we call, and there were most of them who obligated themselves. Yeah. So I'm thinking whether we will take a break to call them back like we did before coming on the show, or we're going to stay here and call them. That's what I'm asking. What do you guys think we can do?
It's better to do it on the break.
Okay, because we need money. We need money. We need to call them back. If we're going to take 1 hour break or 2 hours break, it is about 3 something. If we want to come back 7 o'clock, that's fine with me because this is a serious issue. This is a serious business. Like Charles Kamara put, I didn't know. Sometimes people are quiet, but our people say when they're ready to blow out of proportion, just forget it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Charles been so quiet. But Charles talking today, I'm like, I was sitting here, I'm like, what? Yeah. So it is a serious matter. Shall I say it's a serious matter? So if we're going to go for 1 hour and come back at 7 o'clock, no problem. Or if we're going to come back at 6 o'clock, no problem. So, Mr. Chairman, the ball is in your court. You tell us what you want us to do.
I think we better do it at 7 since we're going to run it up to midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it at 7. Take a break. Call some of these people. Let them come on.
Okay.
And give us make whatever donation they need to.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we all deserve a break because we've been on since almost 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, since 10 o'clock.
Yeah, since 10 this morning.
Yeah, we all need that break, and then we can regain our energy, call our potential donors, and if they listen to us right now, we appealing to them to make time, at least come online. If you have a few words of inspiration to give us while you make your donation, please do so. Or when we are on break, we're going to reach out to you again. So
all right,
thank you so much.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So if you are listening to us, that was the voice of the chairman for the fundraiser committee. And we will be off station right now. We'll be offline right now for 2.5 hours because we will be back here by God's willing 7 o'clock. So if you don't hear us again, but we want to say many thanks to all of you, especially to those who have supported this program, those who continue to encourage us morally and financially. We want to thank you, and we want you to encourage others to come and make their contributions for the sake of our nation. If you don't hear us again, 7 o'clock, we will be here. Thank you so much, guys. And before we leave, have a great 2 hours of break. And I'm going to be in my station here for maybe the next 10, 15 minutes, playing some good music that the Liberian people will listen to, and then they can come after that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're doing great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Zoga. Thank you very much.
Okay, Zoga, thank you so much.
7 o'clock, Joe, coming back.
Yeah, 7 o'clock my time, right?
We're coming back 7 o'clock, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, my time, right?
7 o'clock EST.
Your time, yeah.
No, your time is 6 o'clock.
It'll be 8 o'clock.
My time is 6 o'clock.
Time and it be
We will come by 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
kind of
That's
time.
when we're coming back
It's
here.
Yeah,
we
that is 6 o'clock at
yeah
6 o'clock my time.
Yes.
yeah yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yep.
What is that? Shoot me when you're ready. I'm not sure if this would be correct.
You do not know about this renowned human rights lawyer will dominate our discussion for today on the Gracious Hope live stream podcast. Of course, he's a man of faith. He believes in Christ Jesus. And we would like to know what motivated him to fulfill his dream of becoming a successful Liberian human rights lawyer and leader within the arena of jurisprudence. Now, he once served as the Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia at the Justice Ministry, and he also left an impeccably impressive record as president of the Liberia Bar Association. And it is fascinating that we have Councillor Gunglu here on our podcast for today. And we know that he is presently in the United States, and many Liberian U.S. residents are clamoring to support his future presidential bid. Why so? Now, we're going to find out. You're going to know Councillor Gunglu more about him today. And this lawyer and leader within the arena of jurisprudence. Now, he once served as the Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia at the Justice Ministry, and he also left an impeccably impressive record as president of the Liberia Bar Association. And it is fascinating that we have Councillor Gonglo here on our podcast for today. And we know that he is presently in the United States, and many Liberian U.S. residents are clamoring to support his future presidential bid. Why so? Now, we're going to find out. You're going to know Councillor Gonglo, more about him today. And this podcast is all about contemporary issues that affect the Christian life of faith. And our platform is geared toward preserving and promoting the Liberian Christian heritage. My name is Alexander Ray once again, and I'm so glad to bring on our co-host, Reverend Swat S. Dede. Reverend Dede,
hey,
we got Councillor Gonglo today.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that, Alex. Tell me. Just, I'm excited because I know this man, and I want to just say it on the get-go. Councillor Gonglo stood with us at the Press Union of Liberia when I was Secretary General and President. We didn't spend a dime. We did not spend a dime on Councillor Gonglo, not the other councillors who stood by us in thick and thin when we were on a danger on a child stealer. He stood with us in thick and thin, and I'm not ashamed to say he is a man of integrity. Somebody who you can count on, somebody who you can, again, I'm not running a campaign, Ellis, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, as I see it, as somebody who benefited from his free services, Dempster Brown or Jay Ware or Bian Kessley and him, they were always with the president. Now, tell me, if you have somebody who is a human rights advocate who will give you free services when you are in times of need, would you be thankful to that person when you have the opportunity to say it? So I have the time to say it now. So Liberians who are saying to us, Alex, I talked with somebody yesterday and they said, "Oh, we are in a diaspora. We are talking big muff and we don't know what's happening in Liberia." And I tell them, you don't know where we've come from. I said, Ellis had a desperate situation himself, and Councillor Gonglo was there to defend him when Chancellor wanted to get his head. When we were attacked, in any way you can think about, he was there to defend us. So we were in advocacy before. We went through the difficult times in Liberia, and he was there with us. So being America does not change anything. We still love our country. We still want to see the good thing happen in our country, especially this recent situation that happened, at least with this July 26 violence. It kind of worrisome. It's a bad omen for our country. So we are glad to have Councillor Gonglo here with us today. I am excited to hear him saying what is causing him to change from the renowned and famous human rights advocate to the presidency. What is the motivating factor? We really want to know today. So, Alex, let's do this.
Yes, and that is the point question right there. So we want to know who is Councillor Tienwen Gonglo, and this program is all about human interests, knowing our leaders and what they can contribute to our society. We want a vibrant society. We want a society in where righteousness and justice can prevail. And we believe that a councillor is no stranger when it comes to justice, because the scripture says righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to a people. And so we look at our history, we know that it is because of sin or falling short of the glory of God is where we find ourselves. So we are so glad to have Councillor Gonglo here today as our special guest. We will be right back, but don't forget to share our link, okay? Share this link right now with your friends, relatives, and loved ones, okay? We'll be right back.
Exactly. Councillor Gonglo, everything he said about who he is who he is. I wanted to stand up here to just tell you, because you see, the work I do has afforded me the opportunity to closely follow people for who they are and who they say they are. And I stand here to vouch for him. To change Liberia, this is the kind of leader we need to change Liberia. I know some people will be like, but I thought you already support somebody. Yes. But does that mean I don't recognize what he has in him? I say it publicly on my radio show. Someone people say, but you're confusing also. No, I will never shun from telling you the truth. Far too many of our people are bad. You know, Lincoln said, any man can withstand some adversity, but to test the true character of a man, give him power. Gonglo has been tried and tested. He has resisted the urge and temptation to be corrupt in the country where corruption is celebrated. There are no repercussions for being corrupt. In fact, you are made Father of the Year, Mother of the Year, Special Father. But he said, I don't want to be Special Father. Resigned. His kind is rare. There's another one right in this room. Christopher Neal there. So challenge the system, punish you for that. Not many of our people can do that. I respect this man. And we all sit here, we all may be thinking about supporting somebody else. But election is a whole year and something away. You never know, right? God's will. All the time he has stood up for me. He would be at home on a Saturday in the years I'm in jail. He would leave the comfort of his home and come to get me out. Every time I go to jail, yes. He would never accept payment from us. So it came a time we never even offered because we knew he would not take it from all of us. The people in power today, the seats, people, all of us. One day I went to the office. I said, Councilor, they want an payment of gas. He didn't want to take it. I left the horn out there. I said, literally, this is just gas. But that's who he is. You know, I wish Liberia had many Tiawan Congos. It would not be where it is. I often say to people, to fix Liberia, you must first take your own interest and set it aside. You must desire nothing for yourself at the expense of the people to fix the country. Until you find such a person, your country will go nowhere. The country can be great, but to be great, you need one individual, not 10 people, not the cabinet, not anybody else, but the president, to have the political will to say, I personally am not doing it, you will not do it. And not many people can say that and really be able to do it. Terrell Gonglo can. He can, because he's done it before. To know that they would do it is to know that they've done it before. To know that they will resist the temptation to steal is to know that they have resisted it before. Past behavior is a determinant of future behavior. There's a great man. There's a great man. Not much I can say. Thank you.
All right, that was Henry P. Costa last night at a fundraiser for Councilor Gonglo, and he had nothing to say but to share his experience with the councilor, and that is why Councilor Gonglo is so unique. And so we titled this podcast "The Tiawan Gonglo Factor in Liberian Politics." Why you don't know about him? And so we are so glad today to bring on our special guest, Councilor Gonglo. We'd like to say welcome to our podcast, and this is the Gracious Hope Live broadcast. Welcome.
Welcome, Council. Thank you very much. I'm happy to see Swat today. I haven't seen him for a very long time, and I'm happy to see you in your new roles. You know, former journalist. I don't know whether you can be former journalist because it's something that is ingrained in you. And we have on this show a former print journalist, Swat Dede, and then a radio journalist, former radio journalist, Alex Ray.
Yes.
You know, it's really pleasing to be alive and to hear things that is normally said, you know, things that are normally said at funerals. So I'm really, really happy hearing from you, hearing from Henry Costa. It just pleases me. And I think just by the intros, some young people will try to be like me. And I hope they can be even better than me. I just want to make correction on what Swa said about Nimi people. You meant Bien Howard. Not
Bien Howard, yeah, Bien Howard, exactly.
That was my partner.
Thank you, Council.
Bien Howard was my partner in the thing that we were doing. He was the first to go into politics. He's now a member of the House of Representatives, representing Zozo District. So I'm really happy to be here. The Bible is right. Good name is better than silver and gold. And this is what I'm experiencing today, hearing you and hearing, because it just strengthens me. When I was in jail, when I was arbitrarily detained and severely tortured by Taylor in 2002, thousands of people came out, poor people came out to my defense immediately. And that saved my life. And Taylor could not go further. He regretted his action. So I see that when you work for humanity, the gratitude that you experience remains forever. Because each of you experienced whatever I did for you more than 20 years ago, and you are still grateful. The people who had money and paid me for legal services those days are finished with me because they can pay any other lawyer. But the bond that I have with you people will remain there forever. And when some of you write your books, you will always refer to those periods. So I'm happy to be on your show.
Indeed.
And I've been fighting, and you who have been fighting for giving concrete manifestation to the name Liberia. We are the only people whose country is called Liberia, land of liberty. So all those things about repression, stopping people from writing what they think, saying what they think, assembling to speak to their leader based on how they feel the country should be run, are all inconsistent with the name Liberia. We are a dream country, and that dream remains elusive today because of the people who have been governing us. So that's why I want to help give concrete manifestation to the dream that established the country that is called Liberia, so that repression can be foreign to Liberia, so that the highest award that the government of Liberia can give to anyone would be upholding human rights, because that is what defines us and makes us different from any country. Even America, that is a satellite of democracy, is not called land of liberty. We are. We have to translate that into how we govern.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Okay, so now we have some of our viewers out there who really do not know you well. They know that you are a renowned Liberian human rights lawyer, and they know that you believe in justice, and you would like for justice to be dispensed accordingly or under the law. We are all equal, and you have done that consistently throughout the years. Now, we also understand that you are a man of faith. You hail from Nema County. Tell us, how did you grow up, and who are your parents, your siblings, and some of your challenges, and where you find yourself now? Let us go through that journey.
That's very good. Nobody has asked me that question. I don't remember anybody asking me that question. I was born in 1956. My mother is from Bong County. That's the place I grew up in, a little town called Kwaipa. It's behind Zowinta. Zowinta is well known in Bong County. It's a big market area. I think the biggest market in Bong County. I have 10 surviving siblings. One of my well-known siblings is a journalist by training, Edith Gonglo Way, now a politician. She became a politician before me. She was a superintendent of Nimba County and has run for the senatorial seat 3 times and has come second. In fact, we believe that she won 3 times and was cheated by the system. So she's there. And I have Caleb, I have Dakai Gonglo. He's next to me. A very quiet young man, but a powerhouse himself. In 1984, he won. He came second in the writing competition conducted by Ministry of Information on population growth. But he's a quiet guy, but very powerful. In fact, he's the only person in our family that won any writing award in writing. But he's just a quiet guy, but very important in our family. Sometimes people just think about me and Edith. Then you have Caleb Gonglo. He has 2 master's degrees in the area of statistics, epidemiology, and applied statistics. In Philadelphia here, he is a part-time professor at several universities. But again, another quiet guy. He had been assistant minister of labor for labor statistics and was heading the graduate program that the government had at the Budget Bureau that has been transferred to the University of Liberia now. He successfully headed it for a period of 2 years. I have another brother who's a counselor at law now, Philip Gonglo. In fact, he's the one I left the law office with to come to America. He's a great lawyer. He's been a lawyer for Ministry of Commerce and has handled a lot of cases. One time he represented, and he's a very liberal person. They learned after me. One time he was in court and Senator Prince Johnson's party was being ejected. There was a case to evict his party from its headquarters. And without retaining Philip Gonglo, the Gonglo factor, he jumped in there and defended Prince Johnson's party voluntarily. And Prince Johnson was so pleased that he sent for him and said, wow, I didn't retain you. He said, yeah, I heard your name. You are from my country and your party was being disgraced. I jumped in there and helped. I have another sister, Salome Gonglo Gofa. She is a well-known expert in the NGO sector. She worked for IRS before, and currently she's the executive director for an NGO that was established by Caleb Gonglo, RISI, that is doing a lot of community awareness for people who live in the forest areas in different parts of Liberia. She's a well-known name. Then I have another sister called Rennie Gonglo. Her name is known popularly, Rennie Gonglo Gibson. That one is another powerhouse, but she's so quiet. This lady serves on the international board of the Youth Christian Fellowship. She was elected to represent Africa in Mexico. She traveled more than anybody in the family. She's been to Singapore. One of my colleagues, a lawyer who went to a conference in South Africa, saw Rennie sitting on a stage with the World Board of the Christian Young Christian Fellowship. I don't know the exact name of the organization. And he said, wow, Mrs. Gibson, if I were like you, I'll be in all the newspapers in Liberia. You mean you're such an important person and you sit on the stage there on this continent where you have Nigerians, South Africans, Ghanaians, and all these people, and you are being re-elected as a knowledgeable person and a devoted Christian, and you don't make any noise about being Liberian. She said, that's part of my Christian faith. We are supposed to be self-effacing, and God has lifted me up. I don't need to boast. I'm not a politician. I'm doing my work. I have another sister who is a nurse. In fact, I have 2 sisters who are nurses working for the Liberian people. One is a nurse midwife, has a degree in nurse midwifery. Then another one who is a nurse, graduated from TNI, went and got a degree in nursing, and she works way in the rural area in Zoga area in Bonka and Mercy Gonglo. The other one is Gloria Gonglo Mulba, and on. So, we have one sister who didn't go far in school. She's in fact ill right now. We are taking care of her. So yes, that's the family that we have. Then I went to school in Nimba County. I went to Mela Public School. Our public school is way deep in the forest of Nimba County. I used to sit on the bench, the bamboo bench, in Prima 1, Prima 2. So I have that experience. After school, go on the farm to help my mother and father. My father was a teacher and principal at the school. Imagine you teaching from ABC to 4th grade, one person. That's what Teacher Kongo was doing. But and he was, I guess, the transformative spirit and the defiance against established order probably came from him, because I remember in 1964, when all the women came from Saddle Bush, young ladies, they had been married to different men in different parts of Limba. Teacher Wilfred Gongo said, I didn't come here to teach boys alone. I will teach girls. They said, but we're eating money for this children. He said, you will return the money. He actually insisted that none of the girls would be direct. Some of them, one of them has a PhD today. Mrs. Bonham, she was supervisor of schools in Nimba. She was supervisor of schools in Lofa, and she came and got her PhD. And she credits her education to the late teacher Gonglo because he insisted that she would not be direct. Another one lives in California, in Los Angeles. There's another one that lives in Philadelphia. She's a nurse. Sheila Dolly Bodulu. You know Noah Bodulu. Noah Bodulu's wife is one of those who benefited from that. So a lot of young ladies today who are living better life from that area say it was not for Teacher Gonglo's insistence going against the chiefs and the Zoes and everyone, we would not have been who we are. So I believe that there's some natural connection in this defiance against established order that is wrong, that affects the lives of human beings. So I think I got something from Teacher Gonglo. So, and my mother was a devout Christian. My father was a Christian, but I think my mother was just greater. She didn't go to school, but she learned how to read the Bible in Mana, and she read the Bible from cover to cover, and she like memorized it. And she was just very good. I think because of how good they were to God, they lived